Hmm. So, Wisconsin, 16 kilometers. Albanule, 42 kilometers. Ugia, 65 kilometers. I've never heard of that place being pronounced before, so I struggle. That was an ambulance. Wow, he's not happy with me walking in the dark without a fucking zebra crossing freaking jacket. I think that was my friend's van. Wow, listen to that water rushing. That's feeding some farmers' orchards, that is. Hello, beautiful. Hola, amigo. ¿Todo bien? ¿Tú gusta andar? Vamos. Escapado. Escapado. I think that's the correct word, escapado. Yeah, he's in like, escape, escape. Set yourself free. Only you can do it. Only you can set yourself free. Oh, wow, crazy purple Kirby ladies in the house. What's happening, sister? Oh, I'm all good. Is it sunrise or sunset? Well, it's definitely nighttime. Is midday for you? Beautiful. It's 8 o'clock at nighttime here. Yeah, I don't know if you can see anything in the distance there, but that's the direction that the sun be setting. Yeah, that's heading west. It's a very dangerous game walking down the road at night in the dark. Very exciting. At the same time. Not going to see much. See the moon. You see the moon? There's the moon. The moon's risen very early this month. Or was it just like the winter? Is it rises the same time? It just now? No. It's definitely risen much earlier. Yeah, it'll be full moon in about 4 or 5 days, and that full moon is going to be like this time of day. Yeah, but it's like 8, 9 o'clock at night. It's going to be like, yeah, the sky will be clear. Wow, it's 8 o'clock and it's still kind of like bright. I mean, it's bright enough for me to be walking, but it's not bright enough for cars to be driving without their lights on. One good thing about these quiet roads is when there is a car coming, you can fucking hear it or see it. But you can feel the difference between these nighttime drivers, the tourists, and the locals. I'd be willing to bet it's the locals that are a bit more cautious about their driving because they know that there's mad people like me out on the road at night time, walking very stoned. Oh, is that a checkpoint down there? Best light this joint up, hey? Ain't no good getting caught with a dead joint. Yeah, you gotta get caught with a fucking smoking joint on you. You was about to lay down, but wanted to say hi first. You're beautiful. Hi, my dears. You're on your 8th day with a kidney stone. Jabers. I think my mates told me about having a kidney stone, and they're very uncomfortable. I'm not sure if I've what I'd do if I ever had one. What are you supposed to do? How'd you how'd you know you got a kidney stone? Yeah. What are the symptoms? Oh, smell that food, Grizzles. Eh? If only we lived there, eh? We'd be getting some good dinners with us. Mm, we don't live there though, so we get mediocre dinners. We had a slice of beef each today. That's what gives me the power to do this walk today. Yeah, I had some beef. I tell you what, it was the worst bit of fucking beef I remember having. Seriously, the worst. It was so fucking chewy. That's why the dogs ended up with it. I was more tempted in fucking chewing on an old pair of sandals. You get me? Fucking hell. That was a rank bit of beef. Mm? Oh, fucking hell. We got to walk all the ways up that hill now. Oh, well. There's a few cars. Me, Mrs. Magpies. Yo. Oh, you can't piss if you get kidney stones. Oh. Oh. That's not nice. Look, did you see them Guada? That was a Guada car. That was cool, wasn't it? Me smoking a joint, walking down the road. Mm. And the Guada pass. Mm. That's the first one I've seen today. Guada, that is. Yeah, I've been up in the town of Orkiva. I didn't see any. But now the fireworks have been going off. The uniform's out and about. Okay, well, they going that way. They's heading west. But they're not sure if they want to head west. No, no, they're not heading west. Them's turning around. Them's going to wait. Them's doing a stinging operation. My favorite bar is closed. Nothing unusual. Oh, the tiki buggers turn their lights off. They have. I bet he's having a spliff. He's having a smoke break. Okay. There's not much to see but a car coming forward. How's that? Is that nice? Is that nice walking forward? Sorry, is that nice like looking at the screen, having these cars driving up at you? Is it like real? Here, passing stones. You mean like them kidney stones? You pass them. Like you can collect them and sort of save them. Or what? Now, in my raving days, there's a lot of awareness of, like substance abuse and stuff. Yeah. And what I learned was that chem stuff, yeah, right? That recrystallizes in the bladder. Yeah. So you get a lot of people that abuse the ketamine, they'll end up with a bladder bag, a piss bag. Yeah. It was rather unfortunate meeting a young lady that had one. Yeah, I think she even done a TV program uh, of the life on ketamine with a piss bag. Oh, Mrs. Magpie, what have I been doing today? What have I been doing today? Well, I woke up this morning, right, and it was nice and early, so I was well prepared to go to work. I look at my phone, and I got messages to say, "Slow down, that copper's gonna get you." Whoop, woo. But yeah. But I got a message is to say that today's been put off for another day. I think there was too much partying done over the weekend. It's what I did then. What did I do after that? Oh, I took I made myself a cup of tea. That was nice, nice. Make a nice cup of tea, Yorkshire tea. Yeah, that was nice. Captain, don't be crossing over me, you bugger. Don't laugh at me. Well, do laugh actually. But anyways, yeah. And then so drank me cup of tea. I wanted to make another cup of tea, but life started getting a bit busy. The construction workers, they came round making their noise, and there was some stuff going on with the neighbours and the dogs. And so I grabbed my boys and I went for a walk. Um, Went to the vegan breakfast. Had tomato on toast with beans and 2 cups of chai tea and a slice of apple cake. Yeah, so that was nice. And I spoke a couple of peoples, which was nice. Which was very, very nice. Meeting somebody that I knew from Bristol um, when the riots were going on, just before the riots. Yeah, I know. Well, I met somebody that I knew from from the parties and festivals. I'd actually worked with them. There was a whole group of them that I knew, and it was very nice. But there was one that uh, I really clicked with and spent time with. Yeah, it was good fun. Good, nice. And then I went back to my camp. And took my grizzles and my captain home, and then relaxed. And then cooked the bits of meat, the bits of beef. They was like freaking horrible, horrible and tough. Very thin slivers. So it was like, like meant to go in a sandwich or something like that. Maybe, maybe stew and steak, but I doubt it. But anyways, it was absolutely terrible. I won't be buying that cut of meat again. Not from that shop. And then what did I do then? Then I had a siesta. No, I had a siesta before. Yeah, I had a siesta before I cooked the meat. Yep. And then I cooked the meat. And then I rested, rolled a joint, and came for a walk. Came for a walk to the town. And had a coffee and cake in the town. That was nice. A cake called pudin. Pudin. And it was nice. It was like egg yogurt with like a spongy base soaked in like a liqueur or like a syrupy thing. Very tasty. Very, very tasty. In my favorite cafeteria. Yeah. Very, very nice. And then coming home now, nipped in the shop, got a few munchies. And here we are. Well, well, talk about getting caught with your pants down. Jeepers. That's what you get for doing the two on the side of the road. Hey, Grizzles. Excuse me. All right, come on, move. Hang on a minute. I just got to do me belt up and then I start walking again. Wow. See, earlier when I was live and I kept farting, right? It's because I needed to drop my guts. But I've only just done that. Lucky it's dark because I seen the lights coming from them cars before I heard them. Yeah, in the daytime, if I was caught short like that, quite possibly, I'd end up on somebody's YouTube channel. Did you get me? I mean, how would you title that? You drive it, like you capture somebody squatting down and squeezing of worn up with. Imagine walking home with me, you know, and I had to stop and drop my guts like that. That'd be real embarrassing for you, wouldn't it? Would you be stood around sniffing, or would you keep walking? I mean, a lot of people's, I can't imagine yous on a 15-kilometer hike, let alone getting stuck out in needing, you know, to answer to the calls of nature. I know, right? Who did that on the road? I'd point out tomorrow. Hey, that's where I done me. We're not whipping. I'm glad I went this way and not that way. Because if I had went that way, I'd be doing a we're not whip in front of them uniforms. Yeah, at least by going this way. Well, I got away with it this time. Is it safe to cross? Both sides, no cars come in. I can see these white lines perfectly. I can see the rocks perfectly. I can see this like so clearly. I can. And it's a very hazy sky tonight. Very hazy. It's like they be smoking in Morocco. Oh, did you know it's Ramadan? Yeah, it's Ramadan, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, there's a bit of a tailwind from that car. I'm still only wearing my shorts. Okay. Oh, Mrs. Magpie, I have nice days. Very, very for sure. For sure, we have nice days. I mean, down at this river, wow. Why I left here, you know, for that Norwegian fella to be locked up in psychiatric unit ever since. Was I up that mountain by the forces of nature to see what I needed to see? Did I learn what Mother Nature had intended for me to learn? By putting me in a place where it was all about you make it or you don't. To experience the next 3 years between here and there, building this place, building that place, I'm excited. But it's fucking slow to think that I'm down here 3 months already. Whoa. Okay, I got myself a bit of a job going on. I've been offered I was given another recommendation today. A buddy of mine, uh, he said, if I need work, I said I do. He said he speak with his boss. So happy days. He said his boss is working down this ways. It's happy fucking days to be down this ways working. Lovely. Oh, nice, nice, nice. You had a day with the daughter. She's had a day off from college. That's nice. Family time. Family time, Mrs. Magpie. That's beautiful. Oh, Mrs. Magpie. Did I say yogurt? Maybe I meant to say custard. Yeah, egg custard. Yeah. It is Lent also. Yeah, it is Lent also. Yeah, Lent and Ramadan is celebrated at the same time. Oddly, you get me? Yeah, but I don't think Ramadan celebrates freaking chocolate chocolate eggs or chocolate bunnies. Ashley Dawn. Belated birthday wishes, my dear. Belated birthday wishes. And pat on the back to you and yours, my dear. Seriously now. To be seeing your young ones turning 18, that's your accomplishment. You get me, yeah? You've guided them to this point, and now it's like up to them, yeah? To, to put into practice what they've been shown, and now to develop themselves. It's absolutely brilliant. Oh, Mrs. Magpie. Wow. Do you know, I've not seen my boy for 15 years, but I'm meeting his friends. Yeah. Where I'm living down at this river, I've been meeting his friends. Yeah. Seriously. It is like, wow, cool. You know, my boy, wow, what height is he? Like, in comparison to you and me, like, how tall is he? You know, like, yeah, what's his, and yeah, wow. It's been great chatting to folk. Oh wow. I mean, there's one thing like chatting on YouTube, yeah, we're chatting on the telephone, but chatting face to face with loved ones, you know, long distant loved ones. I mean, like brilliant, yeah. I mean, like the my son's friends, them saying it's an honor to meet me. For fuck's sake, an honor to meet me. Wow. It's an honor to greet and meet you, sir, and your friends and family. Happy fucking days to greet me so nice. Yeah. I'm telling you, yeah, the respects from from the younger ones that I've received over this last like weekend, for example, is where I've met a concentrated high, like a high level of high amount of peoples, and just so complimenting. Wow, I mean, it makes me proud of myself to know that I was never a bad person. You know, I may have done stupid, silly things, but I was never a bad, malicious person. And so I guess at least that has traveled to the next generation, you know. But seriously, it's an honor to meet you. It's like, wow, lad, seriously. Yeah, your folk have obviously taught you well, right? So yeah, receiving such compliments made it an even greater party, made it an even greater reason to be where I am. And knowing that there's so many people here that my friend has respects for, and equally they have respects for my son. Evidently, they know that there's more reason to be here than just visiting their dad, and that's absolutely brilliant. 17 next week. Jeepers. Booking in for the driving licenses then, Mrs. Magpie. Hey, busy year for driving licenses. Yeesh. Hang on. I've had to turn my phone up the other way because otherwise I don't get all these messages. I know nothing about meat. I only eat chicken, but not often. Cake. We all likes a bit of cake. I swear down now. I said this the other day to a woman, yeah? I said, he's a good housewife. You know, like, oh, we got somebody in the back chat. The Wickershire Project. Yo, what's happening, brother?
How's my video? Can you hear me good?
I can hear you. I can see you.
Oh,
Right?
nice. It's an honor.
Right?
It's been an honor to meet you, sir. I love that
Mm,
story, but your kid, that was great. Got to meet his friends, and
yeah.
they were excited. How
Mm.
awesome is that?
It is, isn't it? You know, I mean, like, I could have grown up with those people, or they could have grown up with me, but they haven't. You know, we've not seen each other. We're just meeting, and yeah, it is awesome. Yeah,
We had a brutal night here last night. I can't say Celsius. I'd have to look it
right.
up, but it was 29 degrees. So I'm assuming in Celsius that's like -2 or something.
Yeah,
-1,
that
-2.
would be
Just
more.
freezing. And we brought all
Yeah.
the plants inside, so we got worried.
Uh, yeah,
I
yeah.
mailed up.
I mean, mate, I've always known this about April Fool's Day. Yeah, I mean, the joke is upon us if we think if the cold's if the winter's left us, you know, like we can still get freezing in May and June.
Yeah, this is Tennessee. It snuck in. It was cold. It just snuck in from nowhere.
Wow.
And Mrs. Magpie, hello. I did see the comment, so hi. Hello from the United States in Tennessee, Central Tennessee. We're an off-grid channel. If you don't know who I am, we just do everything to survive here. Basically, grow food, and we turned a tiny home, a shed, into a tiny home because it's the cheapest way to do it here in America. And I have zero bills, no bills. I just pay a little $7 land tax once a year to live here for free. But we got to grow food, so we're growing big here. Yeah, Steve, I made 3 seed banks. I mailed one out to India. Cost me $29 USA funds. I mailed one to Newfoundland. That was $17, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. Yeah, that was $17 to send it out to Newfoundland, Canada. And then the one that went to New York at about 900 miles away only cost $5.35. So it is
Wow.
expensive, But
Yeah.
I got contacted. The guy from India. Anything we send him it's gonna be a blessing. You know what I mean? That he gets seeds. It's just stuff he can't get there, stuff he's never seen before.
Mm-hmm.
In Newfoundland, I had to cater and specifically make it cold tolerant to grow in his area. I could not send him tomatoes or peppers. That stuff will never grow in Newfoundland. He just doesn't have the season for it. So we sent them all brassicas and peas and beans, beets, that kind of stuff, collards,
Mm-hmm.
um, just anything
Why not
that'll
that?
grow in cooler weather in a short month. So I sent that to him. And then I got contacted by this woman, Joni, who watches my channel. I think I've seen her like once or twice in the gardening channels and stuff. She must have watched my videos saying, watching me ask like people for seeds. I was like, hey, I'm looking for a specific seed. Candy roaster squash. If anyone has one or two seeds, I don't want 50 of them. I just want one or two so I can grow them here. Could you contact me and please send? So she must have saw the giant seed banks, the ones I showed you. And she's a poor farmer. There's no other way to describe that. She's a farmer, but she's a poor farmer. And she goes, hey, Wickershire Project. She goes, I think your name's Bill. She's like, is there any chance you could send me anything you want that I could experiment and grow? She goes, we eat everything we grow here. I'm like, yeah, where do you live? I mean, let me know. She's like, New York. I'm like, New York, that's great because New York, you can grow anything there. You can grow corn, you can grow peppers, tomatoes, you can grow lettuce, you can grow anything in New York. It has 4 seasons, and she's got at least 4 or 5 months of growing. Here in Tennessee, I've got 9 months of growing, so I'm able to plant in April, get get lettuce and stuff and radishes harvested up. I can grow all summer and pull cucumbers and just a bunch of tomatoes and peppers off the vine, and then I can get a third season planting in summer for fall harvest. I get all my squashes and all my pumpkins and the last bits of melon that'll grow. So three seasons. So I was excited for someone locally that's fairly close. 900 miles to me is fairly close. You know what I mean? Like you're in the United States borders. I'm
Yeah.
like, okay, it's fantastic. Because here I am. I'm mailing out to Canada. I'm mailing out to India, and it hurts us. It hurts to send those seeds, but at the same time, I can do it. You know what I mean? It's just a limited few folks that I'll be willing to send seeds to. But the way she asked
Mm-hmm.
and the way she structured that sentence is like she explained her situation. She's like, you guys got so
Yeah.
much stuff. And I know she doesn't want herbs. I know she doesn't want oregano and stuff. She wants food she can grow and eat. So yeah, we put together a fantastic exotic melon package of melons. Gave her a bunch of unique squash and a bunch of those just oddball, freaky veggies that we got collected here. The Armenian squash, the Turkish eggplants that are orange that I've never seen them in my life. So yeah, we
Yeah.
just got blessed. So we blessed somebody else with it. Update on you. Any mailing address yet? Not yet.
Uh,
I guess
not really. No, not
not really
really.
yet.
I haven't.
Okay.
To be honest, I
So,
haven't been pushing for an address.
no,
No.
it's all good. Like I said, when you're ready, we're ready. You know what I mean? I'll get something mailed out that'll get there in 2 weeks. It could be this year,
Yeah.
next year, the year after that, the year after that, the year after that. We'll be
This is
here.
it. When I'm more confident that I've got that land where I can make my
Yeah.
garden, yeah. When I've
Yeah.
got that confidence, yeah, then then I'll be a lot more, enthusiastic.
Situated. Yeah.
It,
And,
it, it, at the moment, Mr. Magpie will tell you, it's like I'm, you know, I've done this channel now for 2 years, yeah, and I've
yeah.
never been comfortable with being a receiver, yeah. I'm sharing my time,
Oh, I know.
like
I'm like that.
people are sharing their time and experiences, their life experiences, their wisdom, and for me, that's exactly what I expected from social medias. I never expected all this, if we want to, I don't know, visit people, then that's a bit different. You get me? Yeah, but I don't know. I never, yeah, reaching out for people to, I don't know, post me, and I don't know. I never expected any of that, so I'm not
Absolutely.
pushing for that.
I
Yeah.
understand that.
Listen,
My
Mrs.
whole thing
Magpie,
on it is
Mrs.
I want to
Magpie,
see what'll grow
Mrs.
there.
Magpie says there. Mrs. Magpie says there if you've got an address, she wants to send you some seeds. Yeah,
Yeah,
Mrs.
on my
Magpie
about page.
is an enthusiastic gardener as far as I can make out.
Yeah, on my about page under the Wickershire project, it's yeah, the Wickershire project on my about page is our email address to contact, and then I can send you out an address.
Hmm.
But my whole
Yeah.
point about Steve here is it's it's fun for me to send that out because I want to see what he can grow in Spain from what we
Hmm.
send him. And the
Hmm.
benefit is you get to eat it and seed save. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah,
It's
yeah,
vegetable garden, great. But
yeah,
if you're like Billy, oh my God, the Hog Ogen melons grow like crazy, or the banana melons took off like insane, or
yeah.
like
Hmm.
wow, I never knew those Turkish eggplants would do so well here. They're prolific. I was eating them for at least 3 or 4 months. They were delicious. Then,
Hmm.
then I know, that these seeds are extraordinarily viable worldwide, and that people can grow things that they've never had. And for me, it's a curiosity factor. I just want to see what will grow in another environment. Like I said, India, Newfoundland, I'm sending seeds everywhere. I just want to see their gardens. I want to see how they do. Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. That is nice. In the comment there was a message coming from a grey cloud. Now, yesterday we had a little gameplay with this grey cloud, but today they think they're being more clever than anybody's. Now, Mrs. Magpie, I noticed you didn't comment about this potato chip tubing. If people think that I'm embarrassed about my Pringle dance, well, then you got another thing coming. Yeah, I'm proud of my Pringle dance so much. I was expecting 12 men to get in a Pringle costume, different flavors for each month, and we'd make a calendar. We were going to do mugs and t-shirts and, like belt buckles, like loads of stuff. Yeah, boxer shorts and bikinis of Pringle tubes. That's how we were talking about it a year and a half ago when it when it all happened. I don't know, Rickershire, if you've ever seen my Pringle dance.
Nope,
No?
not yet.
I haven't. I appeared on a panel before 2 summers ago, and the man, like I was quite persistent going on that man's panel, and now he was a
Yeah.
drunken alcoholic, like constantly inebriated and abusive and all this whatnot. But he was good fun, and he was encouraged. And one day I was on his panel alone, just myself and him, and he begged me to stand up naked because I'm a nudist in my own environment here in Spain. Yeah, it's like I'm,
Absolutely.
I'm up on a mountain on my own. And
Yeah, you're right.
he begged and begged and begged that I stood up and proved to him that I was naked. Now he
That's
had like
funny.
200-300 people viewing at the time. So,
Oh, no way.
yeah, understanding the type of channel
Wow.
they had, we all knew about the porn bombing and stuff like this. So me being quite fresh, but quite, on it as well. Yeah, I said, no, I'm not going to stand up naked and show you that I'm naked because that will be a porn bombing. And then I'll be targeted as being like a pervy fucker, right? So what I did is I reached for the closest things on my table. Yeah, I was outside and I reached around
Triangle
and
can.
I had this I had this Dairy triangle box, circular container with a lid and base. So I used them as the ball shapes, and I used the Pringle tube as me manhood, and it was like a really good improvised. Like yeah, I'm naked. You get me?
I love it. That's
His channel.
hilarious.
Yeah, we had a laugh and joke about it, and his channel got
Mhm.
taken down for a month.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, and then he started crying about it. But in actual fact, everybody that viewed it really enjoyed it.
You got a
Most
kick
of
out of it.
all, they really enjoyed the host genuinely having a laugh. Yeah,
Yep.
and enjoying
Yeah.
himself and
Funny.
showing. I got
That's
complimented
funny.
for showing people that had viewed him for a couple of years. They'd never seen him laugh like that. Yeah.
That's incredible. That's a great story. The trickle dance.
Yeah.
Now it makes
And
sense.
but what makes sense even more is Mrs. Magpie, yeah, clipped it. Yeah, and she clipped it a little bit too late, but enough that like we can share it forevermore. Yeah, and
Absolutely. That's funny.
anytime I've played that clip, I've never had my channel struck or anything like that, or like age restrictions or nothing,
Yep.
geographical restrictions, nothing. Yes, it's not something that is out there. It's on my page, and quite often I have played it in the middle of a fucking live stream. I've just
That's
presented it
hilarious.
myself and play it because I'm quite proud of it. All the people
Absolutely.
involved in it is that mate, it is priceless. Yeah, if the whole build up to me standing up and sitting back down again, if the whole friggin' build up was available, mate, seriously, yeah, this fella he begged me 30 fucking times to
Yeah.
get me. Oh dear.
And you looking around, you're like, I'll set you straight. I'll show you what's going on here. You find me a Pringle can.
Yep. Yeah. Mrs. Magpie loves it. She loves me from that day onwards. Yeah. She never stopped
That's funny.
laughing. Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
hilarious. Nudity is nothing new here. Everybody in my house, all four of us have been nude outside showering. I, not a big deal.
yeah,
Um,
yeah,
but anyone that's new to the property, that's driving by looking for properties, would be a little bit shocked. So we'd have to do it at nighttime, obviously. Not going to do it in the middle of the day when there's a possibility someone might be driven up the road to be shown a property somewhere off grid up here.
yeah.
But
That's
the
the
whole point,
advantage where I was. So I didn't have anybody, unless it was winter time for Saturday and Sundays. That's the only time I expected people. And that would be hunters. Yeah, they'd be out with shotguns and rifles on Saturday, Sunday, where I was living naked. Uh,
shoot it. It's a snake. Shoot it. Don't be shooting
yeah,
my snake.
mate, they'd want to be looking on a big fucking telescope to see that as a freaking snake. Jeepers, man.
Right?
Yeah. Even the freaking wasps that year thought I was small enough for them to bite into and carry away. Serious. Twice in a day, I got bit on the pecker by a wasp.
That's too funny. Hey, how's your fruit trees doing over there? You still pulling fruit? Are they still holding up?
Right. Well, the oranges are lessening. Yeah, like
Yeah.
it's getting too warm now, so like a lot of oranges are falling and lemons are falling.
Yep.
But soon we'll have the like the knee sparrows and peaches and plums and
Oh,
apricots.
that's coming
They're
in.
coming in season now. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Uh, yeah.
See, for everybody listening, Steve just taught you that when you have a food forest, this permaculture lifestyle that he's living, the variety that's around him. So there's a progression of what ripens early on in the season, what'll feed you in the middle of the season, and stuff that'll feed you at the end of the season. And he's talking about perennials, things that he doesn't have to plant or take care of. It's nature feeding them all through those different months. And that's a big goal about growing your own food. Get your perennials in right there. Get your nut trees planted, get your
Yeah.
fruit trees planted in. Absolutely.
But it's not as easy as that. If you don't maintain your fruit
Yeah.
trees, if you've got your fruit trees in the wrong environment, your fruit trees will be short living. Yeah,
Sure,
like I've just
absolutely.
learned. If I planted apple trees down here,
Yep.
because it's too warm for apples, they'd have a short life. They'd only last for about 7 years. Now that's not very productive, really, when an apple tree can last for 50 or 60 or even 120
Right.
years. Hmm?
Yeah, our fig tree died during the winter. I went out and checked it. It's hollow. I'm flicking the stem on it. It sounds very hollow and dry. So we lost the
Hmm.
fig tree. The
Right.
peach tree got infected by peach tree borer. So it was full of maggots all up and down the stem, having the
Yep.
beetle maggots inside of it. They ate my peach tree. My apple tree's doing exceptionally well.
Did you know the
So look
fig
what happened last
tree
tree.
is very toxic to burn? Did you know that?
Say that again.
The timber from fig tree, yeah, burning
Oh,
fig tree is very toxic.
I did not know that.
Yeah, you can cut it this year and burn it next year, or the year after is even better, but not to
As
burn it
long as
this year. Yeah, you don't
as long
burn
as
it
it
the year.
dries out.
You have to dry it out. Same with a lot of eucalyptus trees. Yeah, very toxic to burn.
Oh, oil and
You know?
eucalyptus. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. This morning we collected a bunch of eggs. The chickens are in full production. I'm getting 5 to 6 eggs a day. There's only 6 girls out there. So my
Nice.
handing out the eggs to all the neighbors. I'm like, I don't eat eggs every day. I do enjoy them, but once if I don't eat eggs for a day, I got 6 sitting there, and then I got another 5 or 6 coming in the next day. That's almost a dozen eggs I got to give away, and that
Yeah,
still leaves the 4 or 5 or 6 that I have sitting in the refrigerator. So
yeah.
yeah, just get blessed once in a while. Uh,
For me,
what came in?
a good omelet every day would be perfect. You know, and also like an egg in me coffee. That's absolutely lovely. Have you tried one of them yet?
Nope.
Oh, wait, whoa, man! It's an Italian recipe. Yeah. And what they does is they whisk an egg up with loads of with loads of sugar. Yeah, they whisk the egg up and to a certain consistency, and then they add the coffee. And I swear down now, it is
Oh wow.
boom, beautiful coffee. You can get the directions on the YouTube videos. You know, I haven't needed to because I got Italian friends.
Uh, we got blessed with seed packages. We got 900 seed packages that came in, which is really nice because I was folding paper up. Take a piece of paper, put some seeds in, write on what it is, fold it up, use tape. Now I've got, I guess they're called coin packages or seed packages. They're for like different coins and seeds. I don't know, but 900 of those. The shade cloth came in. That'll keep my
Thanks.
lettuce nice and cold. That way
Ben,
the sun doesn't
good.
burn up my lettuce.
Steve. Yeah, good. Hey, it was nice to see half of Bristol here, wasn't
Yeah, man.
it?
Yeah, no, I mean, to be fair, it's been like that long since I've lived down that way.
Yeah.
I don't really.
You know that Ben fella? Was it
Which
Ben?
Ben?
He was sat next. He was in the bar.
Mate, there was a lot of
no,
people at the
but
bar.
when we met there, there was that other fella you were chatting with.
Come on, jog my memory.
But anyway, yeah, he's one of the main instigators to the Tesco riot. What, you mean Ben who was in the red shirt? Yeah, that Ben.
You know, I didn't see him. I didn't recognize him.
Yeah, he's a
Like,
lot
not
fatter.
like he was designated.
He's a lot fatter. Not Black Ben. Friggin' Ben. He was,
No, but Ben,
yeah.
Ben who always thought the sun shined out of the past sort of thing at the red factory. And he used to have a cake. And he's from where's like the city just the other side of the border in Wales, like Newport. He's from somewhere like that.
Yeah.
Although he doesn't have like a Welsh accent.
I don't know that much about him.
And I've meant to ask you actually. You know, you got Nick at that demo,
Right,
right? Do you know what was his name?
Yeah. He's from Skibbereen, isn't it? James.
Yeah, he got done then as well, didn't he?
He got done for riots before, didn't he? Yeah.
Oh
he
yeah,
got
because
done
like
for
there
riots
was a
before.
whole summer of riots.
There was like a
wasn't
big
there? Like,
no,
all
but
over the
he got
country.
done like 2 years, maybe 2 years prior to that Tesco, right?
No, but I only knew him around then, and I think he got done again then.
Okay, yeah.
You know, like a lot of people in the squat scene didn't have a lot of time for him. I think he's got quite a temper. I think before he used to go around to. Do you know Tom from Halifax?
Yeah.
He used to go and hang out at Tom and Reeves, and he was really good mates with Tom, like building a boat at the time.
Yeah.
Do you know who I saw from? Like I wasn't really good mates with him, but who I saw from the squat team at Bristol that side, it was fucking hell. Like you just even forget that these kind of people from your past exist. Gonzo. Do you know him?
Don't know.
No, but he was there. And I was like, it can't be.
Yeah, it was a nice gathering. It was very, very nice. Yeah,
Coming to the market tomorrow.
yeah, man. Yeah,
Yeah, man. I'm
yeah,
gonna
he's
do.
on, is
I'm
it?
gonna just do falafels tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, I
And
got
another flapjack.
everything. Huh?
And another flapjack. Because that was
No,
a
man.
banging flapjack.
Huh?
That was a banging
Did
flapjack.
you like it?
Yeah, I've tried 2 or 3 flapjacks since, and there's nothing compared to yours. Seriously, them who doing them fucking sugar free and gluten free.
Wait
No,
till you
yeah,
try the falafels tomorrow.
yeah, all right
They
then.
are pretty fucking authentic.
Sound.
Ready?
And you got some nice chili sauce to go with it, some nice chutney, huh? Yeah, but you want something spicy to go with it. Okay then. Okay, okay. I see you tomorrow. Have a good evening. Mind your back. Excuse me there. You could have kept talking, Billy. You could have kept talking.
I thought it would be weird if he heard a voice from the dark with an American accent. Where's that coming from?
Right. Now, that's a buddy that lives down on the river. We've got similarities. Yeah, he's lived in Bristol. I've lived in Bristol.
Yeah.
Knowing the same people. We're living in Bristol at the same time as it goes. Yeah, knowing the same people in the same places. Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, I don't know.
Besides the shade cloth, we got the trellis netting in. So 5 by 30 feet of trellis netting, get all my melons off the ground and double my production up. So that came in. Last but not least, we're getting fancy here at the Wickershire project. I've got a solar automatic water pump with drip lines.
Yeah.
All these drip lines runs by solar. I think this is a 20 potter, right? Yeah, that's 20 pot. Then we got an extension of another 20, 30 more drip line tubes that'll run off of it with hosing. So I'm able to do, I think, 40 or 50 cloth grow pots and keep them watered, because watering in the summertime here in Tennessee is a nightmare. It does rain a lot, so we got blessed there. It will rain.
And have you got store water as well? Have you? You got to put water into storage, or have you got mains water? Have you got like a river?
No, we got to do rainwater here, and there's well water down the street at the church. The church lets us have access to their well. It's for all the residents.
Yeah, that's nice.
Everybody here is pretty much off grid or lives in an RV or a tent or something, or lives in a shed to house. So it's the same situation. And the church knows that most of us kind of need water, that we don't all have wells. So they provide that service for the community.
That's smart. That's smart.
Yeah, it's really
We're
nice
lucky
of them.
here in Spain. We got springs like that around, fountains. A lot of them are wild water, and then like the ones in the city, in the towns, then maybe they're being converted in more recent time to the mains water. But back in the day, they would have been like spring waters.
Yeah, we get blessed. It rains 51 to 53 inches per year here. So it rains at least once to twice a week here in Tennessee. And then there's like 1 month in the summer where it's just dry, just does not rain for a month. And that's where you have to have your water back up. And that way we have to have the 3 55-gallon drums filled with water. So we got 3 55-gallon drums we can fill with water. We have another 45-gallon trash barrel. It's very clean. It's never been used. It's a trash barrel that collects the rainwater off the roof. So we have gutters here, but the gutters are funneled into it, and that's always full.
Nice. Sorry, just letting the captain loose.
But I'm excited. We got all our supply here. Our next step is to start more seed starts. We get a bunch of pristine, clean. They come from a gas station store. They're the slushy cups or iced coffee cups. A bunch of 16-ounce cups. My friend gave me 400 of those. So with the 400 of those, we can get our seeds started, and we can grow in any amount that we want. So I get up to 400 plants I can start. That's overkill. We don't want to do that many. And then
Yeah.
I can put down my weed barrier, get my hoops set up, get my grow pots out there, put in the super soil that we're making. I got to burn some biochar. I got to make some charcoal, and then I got to inoculate that in some compost mix in a 5-gallon pail. Let that ferment for 2 weeks, and then put all the microbes in the biochar. Then add the biochar to the soil and mix that in. So I'll have like super healthy, active soil. You have healthy soil, you have healthy plants.
Yeah. Yeah. Is it. But have you calculated how much, like for the plants that you've got growing now? Yeah. Have you calculated how much water you're gonna need, like when they're fully grown plants, like for that month that you don't get water?
Per week, we'd need a minimal of 50 gallons of water per week. At least 50 gallons minimal. I'll have it over 100. I'll have about 165 gallons worth of water here. So again, it's not a farm. It's not like this massive crazy farm. It's just 50 grow pots, and each are anywhere from 1 to 3 to 5 gallons a piece. So they really don't take a lot of water. And we built the soil up so it retains moisture, so I'm not losing water every day. We'll have wicking and some evaporation, but I'll in the drier weeks, the 4 drier weeks we have to water like every 3rd day, and each grow pot's going to take about a liter of water. So a 55 will get us through. And again, I got 3 of them. So, and we have access to the well up the church, so we're not worried about not having water. And you never know; it could actually rain that month. Usually it doesn't, but it could. Yeah.
Now, for myself, like I'm aware that like on the east coast of Spain, I understood that we could expect 12 days of rain a year. Here in the south, the south, southeast. Here in the south Spain, like maybe we get about 20, maybe 30 days of rain. Yeah.
So if there's 360. If there's 365 days in the year and it rains twice a week, so 52 weeks out of the year, it rains at least 100 times down here. 90 to 110 times, somewhere in there. So like I said, every couple of days it's raining. And it's not heavy rain. It could be a nice light rain, or it could be a 3 or 4 hour downpour. Just a flood, and then it stops. And that's plenty to water it for a couple of days.
Yeah.
But as soon as we cleared the land off and got rid of the trees, the first year we were down here, we got some weed seeds coming in, like some random grasses and whatever the birds ate and didn't digest their seeds. They pooped all over the backyard, which put weed seed back there. The birds pooped blackberries, which is cool. We don't have blackberries here. Now we do. That's from the birds, the wild birds pooping them in.
Yeah.
And then a winter happens. So when the seed goes through the bird's belly, it's acidification. It's acidified, which is good because it cracks the shells down. And then once they poop it out and it winters over, that's called stratification. So we have acidification and stratification. And blackberry seeds need that. That's how I know they were definitely put here by birds, wild birds. So they blessed the Shire. They pooped all their blackberry seeds all over the place. There's going to be about 12 plants out there. This is the 2nd year, so we're expecting fruit in the fall. For about 2 weeks, we'll be able to collect blackberries in the fall. I'm just bummed out about my peach tree. Peach and fig tree died, man. That I spent good money on that. I won't do it again. No. Someone sent me elderberry cuttings. So I got two different type of. What's the Latin name for that? Zambuca. I got 2 Zambuca here, black elderberries, and one's actually got growth on it, which is kind of cool to see. And the other one I'm going to have to stick in soil and dip it in honey and cinnamon and try to root hormone it and see if I can get some growth out of it. Sharon, we can put these in next week. Sharon,
I'm told aloe vera is good for. I'm told aloe vera is good for rooting as well.
Good for cuts too. It'll heal and seal anything.
Yeah. I burned my finger today, and straight away slapping the aloe vera on.
Oh, that was one thing we sent to India because I don't know if he has access to it. We sent him a medical kit inside the package. We sent him
Oh,
salve and
yeah,
bandages and stuff
that's
because I don't know if
cool,
he
man.
has it. And that guy's always working with his hands. Like he's around sharp objects continually. He's cutting stuff. He's bending wire. He's cutting metal.
Mhm.
I'm like, I don't know if this guy. I'm not saying he's a third world country, but he is. He doesn't have money, extra money to be spending on band-aids. So again, we sent him a little medical kit with the seeds, and he'll appreciate it. Hopefully, he's used one in his life and not like, what is this thing? It's a band-aid. You ever seen a band-aid before? Yeah, you get a cut. It's nice and clean. Wash your cut out, put it on there, let it sit for 4 or 5 days till it heals over. Steve, I gotta cut it short. I gotta go visit my friend John. I gotta go talk to him. I gotta go talk to my friend Russ and Eric. Eric's the new guy. This morning I went and I dropped seeds off a seed bank to a local new off-grid person here. He's a young guy. So he thinks I'm like a master gardener. He's like, "Oh, you have all this crazy information. I can." He's like, "I think I can ask you anything." I was like, "Ask me anything," and I always had an answer for him. And I give him two
Mhm.
options, not just one answer. Not do I only answer him. I give him 2 or 3 options. I was like, "You can do it this way. You can try this, and you can look at this way." I was like,
Mhm.
there's always multiple ways around a problem to find a solution. Don't try to
Yeah,
limit yourself to doing it one way. Leave yourself some options. You always got to critical think how to dig yourself out of a box or a hole. There's always a way out or multiple ways out to do things. All right, so yeah, so I'm gonna pop
yeah,
off here.
yeah.
I just wanted to say hi to you and check up on you, and yeah, and just hang out for a little bit. So appreciate you guys
Well,
having me
thank
up
you very
here.
much.
Worcestershire out.
We appreciate
All right,
you and
Steve.
yours. Thank you
Yeah.
very much. Yeah,
All right,
nice.
I'll catch you on another live. Absolutely.
Thanks, thanks again, brother. Thanks again.
All right.
Yeah, have a
See
good
you
one.
later, Steve. See you later, chat.
God bless.
And Magpie, find my about page on my channel, the Wickershire Project. You see this? And you can email me, and I'll send you my address if you want to send us any seeds. And I'm not a shy person. I'll take them. Steve might say no, but not me. I'll definitely take some weird seeds. All right, I'll see you guys later. Thanks. Bye.
Cheers, brother. Yeah, have a good one. Blessings. Blessings to you and yours. Big earthly hugs. That was a nice talking gardening. That's proper nice. You'd have to forgive me as I'm walking in the dark now. And the moon's not lighting the way very well. So I'm concentrating a lot where I'm going more than I'm concentrating on the phone. I nipped over to check my battery life. I think it said I've got 48% battery. So that's doing pretty good. I'll be able to get home and put on charge before the battery dies. Oh, yeah. I'm looking forward to sitting down at home. We left home like 4 hours ago. What time we at? 9 o'clock. Hey, 9:10. Nearly. Wow. I knew earlier when I was in the shop that I had to walk around the juice section. Otherwise, I would have bought juice. And I would have drank it before I got home. Because that's what I'm like with juice. I'll drink a liter of juice just a boom. And think nothing of it. And then when I get home, it's like, oh, bollocks. And it's now when I want that drink. I've done it many times. Yep. And I almost refuse to carry liquids down. If I've got my rucksack or the bicycle, then I'll shop differently. But because I just came up empty-handed today, and just carry a small supermarket bag home, I can manage rather pleasantly. I know that if I sit down and have a smoke right about now, it's cold enough now that it'll be uncomfortable before I've even finished rolling the joint. So I'm just going to keep on walking. I've only got like a 20-minute walk left. So it's not like I'm miles away from the next joint. I'm only moments away. I think I can see my location from here. I think there's somebody parked up nearby and they've got a light on. That's how much I know my surroundings. I can recognize things that aren't normal. I tell you what, I feel better for dropping that walnut whip on the side of the road. I feel much better. I've got that out of my system. Whew. I ignored it for as long as I could, but then it was getting to the point of like, it's going, and yeah. By the time I got my fucking trousers down by my ankle, it was like, jeepers. I'm glad I didn't need a piss. I'd probably pissed myself. That's what it gets like. Start panicking, and all your, like your bowels and your bladder just like release itself from panic. Right. I need to make a mental note. These sandals are only good for slippers. They're not good for not even 10-minute walking. It's good for putting beside my bed, slipping on, so I can go outside and have a piss first thing in the morning or in between my sleep as I wake to snooze. Is it all what? Who said that? Hello. Hello, my darling captain. All right, my boy. You all right, our grizzles? Yep, even Grizzles gets excited about now because he knows we're not far from home now. He's like, he can run from here and get there before me if he wasn't attached. That's the moon. Have a quick look at these messages. Yo, Joe. Fitness is back in the house. Ms. Magpie. Yep, this is it. Some flowers and plants and animals and people live better when there's music being played. And various species enjoy different types of music, same as us people. We like different music. Different music for the morning, different music for the nighttime, different music for out with the lights, different music for chillaxing, different music for dancing, totally different music for romancing sometimes. I like the musicians that put humor in the lyrics. When they make music funny, I like it. The problem with that is I'm restricted to the English language because I don't understand any other freaking language. Listen to that river. Oh dear. I crossed that river earlier, further down, but I crossed it. And I tell you what, it's fucking running down there fast. It's stronger than me. Yeah. I lost my balance once or twice. Again this today. Because the current, because the flow of that river is strong. Yeah. It'd be fun to have a kayak. I'd love to have a kayak. Go down there on the kayak. That'd be brilliant. Or my little bumblebee. Do you know? Remember me bumblebee? Anyone? That would have been brilliant down this river. Yeah. Probably end up with a hole in the bottom, but maybe not. Has it been 20 minutes yet? Now we can expect to be barked at by dogs and crazy people. Too much sugar and juice. Ouch. Just kicked a fucking stone. That's why I need boots for walking. Hey, Mrs. Magpie. Not far now. Not far now. And then I can go home and pop my finger. Yeah, I got a burn blister on my left hand index finger. Making me pot of tea this afternoon. I never drank it. That was the same time as I cooked me steak. I made me pot of tea and then I cooked me beef steak. It was more like fucking leather and dirty old sandals. Whispering so that the dogs of the neighbor don't bark at me. Wow, it smells like goats around here. This is nice. I like the smell of goats. Cross country. Good boy. He knows my preferred path home. Home sweet home. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. You're funny. Well, that tea I made is cold, but it's nice. These are the lights that came from Shrewsbury, Mrs. Magpie. Yeah. Oh, Rumble. Somebody going live on Rumble. We're not allowed to talk about it. If we talked about it, we could expect a strike attempt. Oh yeah, it's so funny. Time to roll a joint. Oh yeah. Hey. Let's get Captain, if you could roll me a joint, yeah, I'd rub your belly. You roll me a joint. Nice do that, innit? You'd like that one? No, you'd love to roll me a joint and I rub your belly, wouldn't you, Captain? He would. I thought I turned my stereo off before I went out. Obviously, I didn't. Ain't no good looking there for me. I gotta look in there. There it is. Ain't in there. Nice bit of pollen there. I'm smoking some grade 1 pollen. Yep. Of the Moroccan style. Yep. They collect the by like being it through a sieve and drumming. That's what it sounds like. When you're in Morocco, that's what it sounds like. Yeah, they're drumming, and they're drumming the like the wheat drums, the ash drums. Mr. Magpie, the troubles haven't even started yet. I'm partying in an environment where he knows nothing of, but I'm partying with his friends that live from across the river. Yeah, they live on the other side of the river. We live this side of the river. A lot of those people on that side of the river are too scared to come to this side of the river. Hmm? They're too middle class. What are you smoking today, Fitness? I was about to call you Witness. Fitness, what are you smoking today? Have you got a free day? Or are you still with clients? Well, you got clients for the evening. Sour diesel. Yeah, man. I was smoking some, I think it was sour diesel last year. Yeah. I think they have seeds for sour diesel. Mm. You prefer in the sativas, eh? I prefer to get stoned. I don't like to get high. You know, I don't need uppers. I need the downers. Yeah, I need to get stoned and mellow, not anxious and high. Yeah, I goes for the indicas, I think. Mhm. Oh, good. I'm glad Ms. Magpie got some strong stuff. Is a smoke worth smoking when it's strong? When it ain't strong, it's like waste of money, in my opinion. And that's the thing with like a lot of them sativas getting high. You know, like zzz, have a coffee and that stuff. Not a good mixture. Not for me. I was given two feathers over the weekend, coincidentally by the same person. A peacock feather. I put them both into my hat. Maybe you'd have to see me out in the daytime to see it better. Yeah. This is it, fitness. You know, it suits your lifestyle, the sativa. The indica suits my lifestyle. Each their own. And I don't enough to understand the differences. No, not macaroni, Moroccan. Moroccan style, Joe. Moroccan. From Morocco, North Africa, Africa. You know, you get some beverage left behind. Yeah, slow motion. That's where I like it, bro. That's where I like it. Slow motion. Yeah, exactly that. Smoke the indica for the slow motion mode. I loves it. Funny, when I don't smoke, I pay too much attention to things that I shouldn't pay attention to, and I can't do nothing about it. So it infuriates me. And so by smoking, puts me in slow mode. I don't pay the same attention. I've got a 67 Fahrenheit. 67 Fahrenheit. At like quarter to 10 at night. That's pretty smart, isn't it? In March. Yeah, that's pretty smart. I'm actually in my shorts. I'm still wearing my shorts. No socks. Hey, Miss Magpie, you take it easy. You gotta go pick up your draft, like draft Guinness. Daughter. Gotta pick up the daughter. Get on it. Safe travels, Miss Magpie. And you know she's always welcomed. Mhm. Yeah, that hat, Joe, that goes back older than Captain Jack. I've had that hat longer than Captain Jack's been alive. Right? One, when I tearing. Why tearing? Tearing, not tearing. Um, I don't understand tearing, tearing. Hmm. Difference between crying, I guess, and putting drops of tea by your eyes, make it look like you're tearing, moving right fast. Oh, okay. New words, new expressions. I mean, for every sport, there's a different vocabulary, isn't there? And I presume there's a different vocabulary for every sport in every country, isn't it? Just make things complicated. You remember like playing pool? You know, like every table had a different rule. Mhm. I mean, like Americans call it billiards, I think, but then that could be completely different game because, like, like you got the red and yellow ball and white ball, but then in the other games you got the stripes or the spots. You know, very weird. When it comes to the blackboard, like yeah, it's like weird rules. I think I was ready for bed this time yesterday, as I am most days. Ready for bed this time of day. Oh wow, your hubby's on nights, eh? Nice. Wow. I remember working nights in the hotel. The fish about work around the clock. Yeah. But working in restaurants wouldn't get home until about 3 o'clock in the morning after cleaning down the kitchens. Yes, bro. Get on it, fitness. Don't keep them clients waiting. Thanks for joining as well. And safe cycling. I've been watching a lot of your videos. And I'm impressed with your cycling skills. Zipping around the place, professional style. Yeah. Walking king of the road on his two wheels. Hmm. Excuse me, just distracted giving me Captain Jack a belly rub. He likes a belly rub. He just rolls on his back, feet up in the air, licking the lips. As he receives the scratch. Oh, enjoy the smoke, I do. Who doesn't like the belly rub? Yeah. Who doesn't? Oh my dear, there is. Wait, actually, I have to recopy it. I'm gonna turn the music off if you're joining. There. No. Whoa. Hey, King Joe's in the house. Wickedy wicked. Hey. There's a loose connection on this lighting system, so it's flashing on and off. Be careful if you're epileptic.
Hey,
Good evening, Joe. How you
good
doing, dear?
evening. I'm doing all right. How are you?
Yeah, having fun. Yeah.
For a minute, I thought you were having lightning and thunder going on over there.
Yeah, it's these freaking light system I was given last year. They seem to have a loose connection. No way out.
Where's your colorful lights at?
That's these. That's these. Yeah, this is them.
Aw,
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
not the good lights.
yeah. They're the Pimp My Crib lights. They're on their way out.
No, not the good ones.
That's right. They're only Chinese. We'll have to get another set.
Damn you, China.
I know, yeah. They're the main
Fuckers.
provider of goodies like this these days, aren't they?
Yeah. Hate China.
Remember when it was all like Sony or Philips? You know, like now, no, there's no brand name on them. They just like pumping them out from every little corner house.
Yeah. Fuckers.
Hmm.
They're screwing us sideways, left, right, center.
Yeah,
If I didn't like my shower curtain so much, I'd throw it in the trash.
yeah.
Found out that shit was made in China. I was like, you gotta be shitting me. Gotta be more careful when I buy stuff.
We do, don't us? We do for sure. It might
It's
look
8 years
attractive.
old. Hmm?
They might look attractive and gimmicky, but like, yeah, not good for us.
No, sir. Gotta be more careful. It's 8 years old. I just
Like the
happened to
stress
notice.
now, like is like phenomenal. I mean, like it's not dead. It just yeah needs I don't know, needs a resoldering. But it's stress. I'm trying to fiddle with it, trying to get it in that right position to get me lights back.
Is it like a strand of lights?
Yeah, yeah, strip of lights. Yeah,
Damn.
yeah.
I gotta send you a strand of my Christmas lights.
Yeah, no, I don't know. You're all right. It would be cheaper for me to just go to the Chinese and get a new set.
Damn the Chinese. They see you coming. They're like, ah, we knew he'd be back.
Yeah, yeah, right.
I bought the
Yeah.
damn shower curtain 'cause it's clear, but not really. It's kind of blurry. I
Oh,
like it. Yeah, I like it because it's sort of clear. I got that fear in me, right? I want to be able to see while I'm in the shower if somebody's in the bathroom with me.
I heard you.
If you buy a can of Crisco oil and stick a rag in there and light it,
Right.
it'll make a candle for, damn, how long did they say? Shit. 60
20 hours.
hours?
Oh yeah.
20 hours?
Depending on the size of the can, isn't it? Like a bigger can will burn longer.
Yeah, like both my hands can't fit around the size of the can,
Mm.
but I'm a midget, so your hands probably fit around it.
I recognize what my issue with the lighting was. I forgot to split my solar over. Yeah, because I turned my music off. It doesn't need so much power. So yeah,
Ah,
I had to go over. Yeah. So now it's now I got my lights back.
all right.
Roland Hess is saying hello to us. I said hello, Roland.
Who's that?
Roland Hess.
Roland Hess. Howdy.
Somebody coming into the chat. A new name. Yeah. I'm pretty. I know where I've know this name, but I can't think. I'm brain dead. Maybe Roland will be so kind of to share with us where he's found this channel from.
I don't recognize the name myself.
Mhm.
Howdy, howdy.
This is one of those channels, Joe. It'd be like for a lot of people, they'd be surprised to meet anybody they know in this chat. You get me, yeah? I've been to
Yeah.
so many channels, up on panels. I've been on as many panels as I've been in chats. Yeah, yeah. I
Yeah.
don't really get involved in the channel unless I get an opportunity to get on panel and have a chat one on one with the host.
What kind of channels have you been on?
Oh,
What was
loads.
really?
Yeah, loads. From people near overdosing to people just getting drunk. Um, freaking, I don't know, racial activist peoples. Um, yeah, shit talkers, adventurous peoples. Mob. Yeah, I got involved with the gangster descendants over in Americas, the Italian descendant mafias and all that whatnot. Got involved in those groups. Bare
Holy
local
cow!
busters, comedians, animators, musicians, karaoke's, the lot. I've been through it all. Sports channels, the lot.
Wow. Well, I don't mingle that much. Hmm.
Yep. It's not about mingling. It's about marking territory. Do you get me? Yeah, I'm here for the future. You get me? Yeah. Unless people are aware of who I am, they're just gonna I don't know, just bypass it or listen to the bullshit. It's, better that
Uh,
they put a face to the character, a face to the name.
yeah,
The
I,
series.
I I stay up with people that hate evil, corrupt government and stay on top of what new evil they're doing. Keep my
Do you know
mind sharp.
realized in life, right, when going up against those establishments, yeah, if you're successful into broadcasting that they're corrupt, yeah, you're not gonna have a very happy existence, and neither is your family and friends. Do you get me? Yeah, places of work and stuff. That's what I've understood when you go after the top ones. Now, when looking at the top ones of recent times, most of those top ones are descendants of career criminals and the corrupt of the corrupt. So understanding where the balance is now, we have descendants of the like the mafias, like the corrupt politicians. We have all the descendants of those big business heads, and they're the ones that are setting the standards for the rest of us to fall into play. So for me, it's like fuck them. Yeah, they don't exist in my world, and I certainly don't exist in their world. Yeah. Uh, why give them any time of day? If I can making a difference, if I can make a difference in the environments where I live, then that is getting the job done. Yeah, and because I am very famous, like in the communities where I've lived, for being one of those protectors. I mean, people have called me a sheriff. Like yeah, when I've been riding around the place or doing patrols around the place, because I take that characteristics. Do you get me? Yeah,
Yeah,
it's like um, like I keep saying, I'm not an attacker, but give me an opportunity to go on front line, and I'm the first one there. You get me? And I'll be the last one. You know,
yeah.
right?
Well,
Party.
until go
Yes,
ahead. I'm sorry.
okay, and I won't be leaving until everybody else is done.
Well, until the top trickled down and reached my family directly and stole my family, um, and those non-governmental organizations who actually are the government, and they're the dark, dirty hands that work behind the curtains. And until they reached my family directly, I had no irons in the fire until they actually fucking got a hold of my family and corrupted my family in ways. And now my family were always corrupt and they were a part of organized crime, but now they're really integrated into organized crime. They got a stronghold over my family. And when my family aren't working for them directly, they're a part of what's called crowds on demand. Now my family are currently employed year round. When they're not working directly for organized crime on different levels, that there'll be okay, like say crowds on demand. When protests go on
Mm-hmm.
for the
Yeah.
left wing everywhere, all over the United States, my family participate. They get free airfare, free car rental, free hotel stay, free meals, and they don't even know why they're protesting. They're handed a sign and they're told join the crowd. If you go up and ask them why they're protesting, they won't have a straight answer. They'll start tripping over their words.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
And they're paid a fucking hourly wage or a daily pay. They're just another body in the crowd.
It's funny you say that because, like, I went to jail for my participating in a protest. Went to a riot. It got violent, and but in all fairness, I never woke up that morning and said, "That's it. I'm going fighting. I'm going rioting." And I didn't. Yeah? I never reacted until I got beaten and dragged into that fight by the uniform. The uniform beat me and dragged me into that fight. So for me to defend myself, but then to be held responsible in a criminal manner, it's like, hang on a minute. That establishment started that fight with me. The fact that I made a mockery of that establishment is the reason I'll go to jail gladly. Do you get me? Yeah, because
Yeah,
I did make a mockery of the system and their law enforcement, their force that they try and show. I'm one person. I wasn't wearing riot uniform. I wasn't working with other people. If I was working with other people, it's quite possible I would have received a much heavier jail sentence. You get me? Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Well, now my family are the rioters. They are the troublemakers. They're
Yeah.
there to start a fight.
The point is, yeah, like when I went to jail, I started receiving checks from organized rioters. Yeah. And they were sponsoring me whilst I was in jail. They were sending me 300 more than £300 a month.
What the
Yeah,
fuck?
yeah, yeah, yeah. Straight up.
You're getting paid to fight, but see, they're not fighting the system. They're there to make trouble. Like, you remember BLM? They're a part of that.
Okay.
They're a part of the bad guys.
Right. Mm. Yeah.
They're not there to fight for the good guys.
You know what? People aren't so worried about what fight. We learn this through the military and the law and the politicians, the judges, and all this whatnot. Yeah, we learn this. They're not there for the fight. They're there for the money. They're there for the
Yes.
security of money. Yeah. And this is where there's so much failure within the systems because like the people's hearts and minds aren't working as one. The hearts and minds are working in opposite directions. You got family people that are acting as politicians that are encouraging laws. They're against families. I mean, like how hypocritical can you get? For example, like a few years ago, maybe about 15 years ago, there was this thing in England where they changed the students' loans or something. Yeah, you can have like 50,000 loan for your student fees, for example. Um, but there was something weird. There was like it was something weird. They took away something. Yeah, I think it put everybody into debt. For education, you're going to be automatically in debt. The prices
Yes.
of education, like you'd have a 30-year freaking debt. Now,
Instead of getting more grants, you got more loans.
yeah. So for all those police that were in uniform, protecting the colleges and universities and the academic buildings at that time, I mean, it was hypocritical of them to be in uniform, going against the people and the freedom of education. Hmm?
Hmm. So, can you tell me more about how you got paid?
Well, I was in
For
jail. I was in jail, and every month, well, about 2 or 3 times a month, I used to get these postal checks sent to me. I'd have to sign them, then they'd go through the banking system, and this was whilst I was in prison serving a prison sentence for my participation in the riot. And yeah, that money then got distributed into my canteen on a weekly basis. I'm able to
So,
buy everything from PlayStations and music and clothes and arts and crafts and food.
so
Yeah.
were you there to protest?
No, I wasn't. No, I walked into the protest accidentally. But when I was sentenced, yeah, these anarchist groups, these protesting groups, made communications with me and sent me money to compensate me for my time, I guess. You know, like because I went in jail for their crimes. They was all still
Wow.
party and stuff. You know, like there was thousands of people in that riot, but there was only like a handful of people that was ever arrested and put in jail. A lot of people
Wow.
went running and hiding. Yeah,
So you were beaten by law enforcement
yeah, yeah. I was personally
badly?
beaten by the police. One telescopic truncheon across my legs. That night it didn't bother me. The next day it didn't bother me. But that night, the second night when I went to bed, the next morning I couldn't get out of bed. The bruising was severe. Fucking all the way down to my ankles. I had bruising all up the side of my hip, and it was all from one baton strike across my legs. Yeah, yeah. I was living in
Wow.
a home. I was living in a homeless hostel at the time when I was. I was fortunate enough to have a buddy living next door. To like he was a buddy, yeah, and he catered for my needs for those days. I was in recovery. But then the following week, there was a follow up riot. I think it was the following week or the 2 weeks after, and yeah, and there was another riot. And when it started getting violent, I just sat in the doorstep and just fucking just stayed in the doorstep. I couldn't move. I couldn't run. Like I was still proper disabled, just from one baton strike. In actual fact, when they arrested me, like 2 weeks after the riot, I was still sore. I still had bruising.
How long did you receive checks?
Until I came out of jail. And yeah, for the year that I was in jail, I received multiple checks on the month, every month. Yeah, yeah,
For the whole time you were in jail?
the whole time I was in jail. When I came out of jail, I came out with checks, and they were uncashed. So I just gave them back to the bank of the sender, and that was yeah. Uh,
Wow.
uh, I wasn't interested in it. I come out of jail, I didn't need it. You know. Mm,
That's crazy.
mm, yeah.
Was it a large amount of money?
Well, like 300, more, like every month there's minimum of 300, £300 every month for 12 months.
And
Mm.
that's equivalent to American money? What is that
Maybe about
equivalent?
400, maybe about $400. Mm.
Wow. It's like, where do they get this money from?
Well,
Was it
this
a
is it.
good?
You got to remember these are organized rioters, organized like friggin' like you say, yeah, your family get paid for this that stuff, yeah. There are organized organizations that pay into this chaos that people are able to create, but then you also have the creativity of some people. They'd make like benefit gigs or magic hats for and compensations or GoFundMe's and stuff like that. Like there's many ways that people will reach out or
Well, George Soros was mostly sponsoring the protest and the rioters.
right.
His non-governmental organizations, they call them NGOs for short, and his money was endless. Probably
Mm.
mostly got it from the Rockefeller foundations, and his money was endless. But were these rioters good rioters? Were they protesting for? Well, no rioting is good, but were they protesting for something good?
Well, in actual fact, no, because what happened was they used there was a squat being evicted, okay, and from that squat being evicted, they used a protest, a peaceful protest, as their they incorporated that. Yeah, they basically incorporated a distraction. The squatters were
Yes.
being evicted. They started threatening petrol bombs for the supermarket that was opening across the road. That's basically bottom line of it. Now the supermarket that was allegedly they was supposed to open across the road from the squat that was being evicted. That's an occupied building, by the way. Like yeah. So that was they were being evicted, and at the same time as the eviction or the attempted eviction, there was a peaceful protest against the opening of a supermarket because it interfere with the business of the the local trades.
Like a proxy war.
Yeah, right. So also
Okay.
it so it also is Easter weekend. Yeah, it was the Thursday of the Easter, like the Easter weekend was just starting. Mm.
Right.
So they use that. They use the tactics of trapping people that were just passing through. Like commuting because it was in the central. Like central of Bristol. A lot of people was trapped because it was like Easter weekend. It was a main road. And yeah,
They
it,
infiltrated.
the police infiltrated big time, big time. They encouraged it big time. Yeah.
Kind of like January 6th out here. Law enforcement was actually blocking off traffic and allowing busloads of BLM to park their buses. They were escorting the buses of BLM fucking protesters in, and they moved the gates, and there were undercover FBI agents moving the fucking gates, allowing BLM, and they were undercover, mixed in the crowds, and enticing and inciting. And they were like, "Come on!" And they were trying to get the crowds to get inside. They were busting windows out, and they were, saying, "Come in here, come in here." They were actually opening the doors and telling people to come inside, and they had organized lines, they had roped off lines inside the building, and were walking people in. That whole damn thing was fucking staged. And you got
Mm.
people out here believing that this was the first time the Capitol was infiltrated and fucking, what the hell did they call the whole ordeal? It was bullshit. That was not the first time the Capitol was seized. It was early 1900s, and it was seized by African Americans, and I think partially set on fire.
Mm.
Um, I've got 80,000 pictures in my phone for a reason, and my damn original channel was taken down by Jiz Terry and his little freaks, his little fucking man, stalkers by proxy for a reason. I lost a lot of videos and a lot of fucking evidence. Oh man, I should have had it backed up. But I have been documenting history for a long, long time. I lost a lot of evidence. The Capitol has not been seized for the very first time, January 6th, 2020. That's bullshit. People don't know history. And what men learn from history is that men learn nothing from history. It is
Now,
doomed to repeat itself all the time. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
with 2020 and January the 6th. Now there's significances in that in itself. Yeah, Day of the Three Kings, for example, is January the 6th. Yeah, which is a church holiday. Yeah, I don't know if you celebrate 6th of January. Uh,
No,
no, okay, but it's a big day, right? So, anyways, here in Spain, it's one of the biggest of days to be celebrated.
really.
Yeah, 6th of January. Yeah. Massive celebrations, religious celebrations.
That's
So
so
check,
wild.
yeah, I know, yeah. So check this out, right? With that and 2020, yeah, being the year of clarity and clear vision. Okay, so that from another culture and like description of what 2020 would bring, but like the 2020 brought us Corona. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, Corona in Spanish, yeah, is Corona, but in translation to English, Corona is crown.
Yes.
Okay, so for me, like looking at these different cultures and these little bits and these little signatures, like most people would take for granted. I mean, like 2020, the crown, like on January 6th. I mean, like there's a lot of things, like that can be placed in, like if you refer to the biblical stuff, like I mean, like
Mhm.
everything's there. You can see that it's almost like a planned, you know.
Yeah,
Like
it is a plan.
you see that it's quite literally planned out. Um, for why so many people make this assumption that it is planned out based on all these things. I mean, like frick's sake. Are you aware of the Simpsons and the amount of like predictions they've made in the Simpsons that coincidentally fall into play? It wasn't even
That's
predictions; it was just animated cartoons. You get me? Yeah. And now,
yeah.
but like, hang on a minute. Look at what the Simpsons said to us 30 years ago, 20 years ago, 15 years ago. Look at all these
Uh-huh.
different. It's like it's happening every freaking episode almost.
That's
Like,
for desensitizing purposes and to make the average person say you're crazy for even pointing that out. We've been so desensitized, and it's to rub it in your face and for the next guy to say you're crazy if you point something like that out. They knew what they
mm,
were doing. They knew damn
mm,
right well what they were doing. I can't point it out to the simpleton because the simpleton would be like, you're crazy.
mm. If we rewind over the years, yeah, just in our time zone at least, yeah. If we go back, okay, we can go back as far as maybe mad cow disease, yeah, and foot and mouth, swine flu, bird flu. They've literally wiped out all those industries. Do you get me? Yeah, just
Hmm.
because a variant of what we call, like the cold or something, like something wrong with, like yeah. But for me, I think a lot of it is overbreeding. Like overbreeding. Uh,
Well, if you look up Corona, you'll find there's a government patent on it.
mm.
All
What do you
these
mean?
diseases are
What do you
patented.
mean by pattern?
What's that?
What do you mean by that expression, government pattern?
It was created in a lab.
Oh
It's
yeah, we
patented.
yeah.
Yes, it was created deliberately and it's patented by
Mm,
the United States government. China
mm,
didn't do it. China also has it. Everybody, it's chemical warfare. It's
mm.
biological warfare.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
every government has their own biological warfare. And I'm sure every government has a patent on it.
yeah. If you have a look at the times of the corona, like there is all that talk about 5G. Now nobody talks about 5G because everybody got distracted with corona. Now,
Paul knows what's up. Sorry.
hey,
Paul knows what's up. But yes,
oh,
the 5G. Sorry.
say again?
Paul knows what's up, and I didn't mean to interrupt your 5G.
Yeah, no, I wasn't. I didn't have anything else to go on that, but it's a little bit suspect. How like from my experience, when they wanted to put on electricity pylons for farmers' lands, we made big blockades and big protests against it. You get me? Yeah, the telephone pylons, all this stuff. Then
Yeah.
like the 5G comes out. And just as they want to put up all the masks and stuff, we're on lockdown.
Yep. Okay. And those masks, they do nothing but you really ought to see what the fucking masks are made of. That's a disturbing thing because it does nothing but hinder your respiratory system. And as far as the 5G is concerned, I've got a really damn good friend who's been trying to hammer this home. He goes before board meetings. He speaks publicly on it for more than a decade. His name is Matt Landman, Landman. Matt Landman. Um, there has been 5G towers placed in the center of children's play areas at schools, and the whole damn school of children suddenly came down with cancer. Suddenly, out of the blue, and the whole damn school, kindergartners, suddenly, really, and they linked it back to the fucking 5G towers and the wireless internet, and it can be proven that it is from the fucking towers. What did they do? They kept it hush hush until activists brought it to the forefront. Does it get much attention? Of course not. Do people get shut down on? I mean, I spent 2 years solid in Facebook jail for helping other activists share this information. They don't want us talking about it because they don't want us sharing this information with other people and bringing attention and awareness to it. They don't want us to tell other people what is healthy and what is not for them because they don't want us to, they don't want us to share this information. They don't want Americans or humans being healthy or learning what is not healthy for them. So I spend 2 years solid in Facebook jail. And
Wow.
other people do too. Hundreds, thousands of other people do. They want to shut us down because they don't want us to be healthy. They don't want us to share information. And we're relentless. We'll spend 2 years in jail. We'll create other Facebook pages and we'll keep on sharing information.
Mm.
Why? Because we care. We have a heart. We love our fellow humans. And we're not going to stop. I'm not going to stop until you fucking kill me. Why? Because we work directly for God. Those motherfuckers work directly for Satan. Okay, so
You know,
5G.
the
Go
only
ahead.
time I got put into Facebook jail was when I was sharing content from the person that introduced me to YouTube. Fun. Yeah.
What's that?
There was a fella that introduced me to YouTube, right? But before he introduced me to YouTube, I'd share the content that he was putting onto Facebook, and that's the only times that I got put into Facebook jail was
Yes.
his content.
Yes. It's like, why put me in Facebook jail for sharing something that I got from Facebook? And Paul knows what's up. Paul in the chat right now, he knows exactly what's up.
Right, Joe. I tell you something about Paul. Yeah, he's a lifelong friend. Yeah, we've
Really?
known most of our lives. Yeah, he knows my family. He lives in Ireland. He's neighbours. Quite literally, he's neighbours with my family. Yeah, yeah,
Because he's touching on the things that I didn't touch on yet, but I know exactly what he's talking about.
yeah.
Yes, it's killing off future generations. It's making male and female children sterile. The 5G. As children, they're growing up to be sterile, killing off future generations before they have a chance to even procreate.
Mm.
I'll tell you a website you can go to that'll blow your fucking mind. She is amazing. This woman, Deborah Tavares, go to www.stopthecrime.net. She covers a multitude of government crimes. www.stopthecrime.net. Deborah Tavares. She is very qualified. She stopped 15-minute cities in Florida. Florida got a small reprieve, and they have no idea how this woman and one of her friends saved them from 15-minute cities. People had signed up for this without knowing what they were signing up for. They were signing their rights to vehicles away. They were signing away, oh my God, so much. You got to look up, I'll find the video. Damn it. My previous channel, YouTube channel, got shut down. I know where to find it. I'll find it again. And I'm
Mm,
glad we talked about this today because I forgot about that video. I will find it again. I sent it to a friend. I'll locate that friend and find that video. It'll take me a minute, but I'll find it. It's called Project 750. The 15-minute cities is shutting down everything. It's friggin' trapping you into a city with high-rise buildings they call pack 'em and stack 'em. And
mm-hmm.
China tried this. China has cities um, in high-rise buildings that are empty until this day. I'm talking, I want to say mile high. That's not true. That you want to call them mile high, pack 'em and stack 'em apartments. When you're gone from your dwelling, other people will occupy them, and everything that you'll own nothing and you'll be happy is what they call it. Everything you need, you will rent, pots and pans,
Mm.
bedding, everything. While you're not home, somebody else is occupying your space for
Right.
meetings,
Can
for
I explain something to you, Joe? Joe,
yeah,
I'll explain something to you now, yeah? That sounds like prison,
it
okay? That's
is.
prison. Now,
It
if you have a
is.
look, you have a look, right? There is an amount of war against crime, yeah, war against drugs and all this whatnot, yeah. Now, if the only way that they can really stand, well, they can't even stand a chance of fucking keeping us off of drugs, you know, like by giving us these lockdown environments, because we can just make it from products that, you know, like, yeah, normal products.
Mhm.
We can see that they've been programming us and preparing us for this lifestyle where everything is all high rise and you know, like you live and work in your home environment. You know, you don't need to move anywhere. Yeah, you just yeah. They've shown us loads in the movies. Is all over the movies. You know, it's
Predictive programming
yeah, yeah, yeah. It's getting us prepared and used to it. You know,
to
and the TV
desensitize you.
the TVs and the books. These are part of that programming of keeping us stationary, keeping us positioned. Yeah, miss, yeah. It's getting us
Yes.
ready. Yeah, we're giving it to our children. You know, like our children don't want to move because they can play on the games console or they can sit with the mobile phone. They don't want to
Yeah.
move. Huh?
Okay, Truth Stream Media on YouTube is another one. Very important. Truth Stream Media on YouTube. Very important. They're going to show you what's in your food and how it's making you sick. And we talked about this a couple of times ago, a couple of streams ago. You and I did. What's in the food that they're selling in some countries? Our food in America is banned in over 300 countries,
Mm,
and it's making us sick here. And our government, our FDA, Food and Drug Administration, approves it here. And now there's this cereal that's allowed in South America and I want to say Mexico, and it's
mm,
killing those people. And it's not allowed here in America. It's
mm,
sick. It's literally causing organ failure, cancer, and hormone disruption, and infertility. And how
yeah.
this is allowed, this is murder, literally murder. And it's allowed, and no one bats an eye. Governments are literally killing people, and no one bats an eye, except for people like us, activists, not rioters, not protesters. People go under the guise of protesting, and these fucking paid rioters who infiltrate, good protesters.
I tell you about protesting and rioting. Yeah, is of modern times since CCTV has come on to leaps and bounds to the extent that it is. It's only for facial recognition. You go to a protest or a
Yes.
riot, for what reason you're there, you're being identified.
Oh
Yeah,
yes.
being identified, and not just you, but everything that you're involved with. Yeah, you'll be identified. Your telephones
Yes.
when you today's environment, your electronic devices, everything goes beep. You get me? Yeah, it signs
Mhm.
in. You walk into those environments, you're signed in. Simple as, yeah. They knows everything about you, what why you're there, and yeah.
Yep, yep. Now, if you want to talk about, I don't want to even get into that one. Deborah Tavares gets into a lot of the crowd control. They've got the crowd control devices that are radio waves that are meant to disperse these crowds, and it makes you sick. It's got the nausea effect that makes you sick. You won't even know it's hit you until it hits you. It can heat up your body, and it's military grade. I can't think of the name right now. We've got some pretty intelligent people in the chat right now. They might be able to help me out with what it's called. It's made. The United States Army has made it military. What is it called? What is it called? Damn it! Somebody in the chat, help me out. Once they aim it at you, you will think you are set on fire and you will jump out of the way quick. I think you
Mm,
talked about it with some people once before. I found out about it about a decade ago,
mm.
but you
Yeah,
think
well,
you're literally on fire. I'm sorry.
I've been around those the frequency ones. Yeah, I've
Yes.
been around them, and that was about 20 years ago. I was first around that. Yeah, and I didn't quite recognize what it was. But then it was confirmed about 15 years ago. They were confirmed because they got signs up. They got to have signs up when they put them up in places like residential places. They got to put signs up about them because yeah, they
Wow.
feel sick. They give you headaches, and like you said, yeah, it's like a burning
Yeah.
sensation. Yeah, it's not nice. You
Wow.
don't sitting around there.
I'm surprised they actually admit that shit because they were in denial. Oh, it's the denial, active denial system. Thank you. You just sparked that memory for me. The active denial system. That's what it's called. And I wish I had my laptop open and I wish I could share my screen with you because I would show you what that shit looks like. And it's handheld. It's a handheld radiation gun.
Well,
Um,
these things are just things mounted on the wall. They just look like a normal smoke detector or alarm or something.
and anyone can use it because I had a neighbor who had a microwave, had a couple microwaves opened and turned on and aimed at my house. This sick, crazy bitch was working for corrupt cops who I was suing, and she was right across the street and had three microwaves open and turned on, aimed at my house, and told me about it and dared me to tell so that I would look like a nut. And she said, "This is just temporary. Wait till you see what I do next." I was like, "What?" And then she had a handheld microwave radiation gun and told me the website in which she got it from. Well, she didn't get it, she was given it. And I found the website. Well, she told me the website it came from and told me to, tell on her because no one would believe me, which is true. It was called, they changed the name from Police Revenge Tools to Shomer Tech, shomertech.com. I went to the policewebtools.com and I never got a screenshot. This is back in 2014. I was so fucking pissed. I was mad as hell. They had fake police badges and all kinds of just ugly, mean tools to terrorize people with.
Mm,
Deep yellowing shit, fucking called fire, some shit called hellfire and brimstone, make your body feel like it was being bitten by 1,000 fucking ants, stinger ants, and then this handheld microwave radiation gun. I was like, she wasn't lying. And I'm like, all day, every day, I feel like I'm on fire. And I'm like, oh my God, please stop. I could not make this bitch stop. Oh man, I got tortured out of my own goddamn home. But yeah, it's not just for military anymore. It's for your average dickhead who hates you, or is paid to hate you.
this is the thing. Everything invented these days is available. Like everything's available. Everything that's ever been invented or designed is all available. Or the
And
ingredients to make it. like whatever it be. It's all available. Freedom of
Yeah,
information. Yeah.
psychological warfare is on a whole new level.
hmm hmm It'd be an
And
interesting time, like when they teach us, for and I felt it in 2020. There'd be a time now in our time, like when there's no electricity, when there's no internet, there'll be a time. I feel it. You know.
you know, so I came up originally, Steve. Let me unblock my TV right quick. If I pause it too long, it'll go to a blank screen. So I came up originally to talk about this solar eclipse that's going to happen in 20 days. 20 days from now, it'll be 7 years to the date that we had our previous solar eclipse. The solar eclipse path that's taking place in 20 days from now is going through every town in the United States called Nineveh.
Mm,
Every state that it's going through, the town that it's going through in every state is called Nineveh. Now, if you remember, I don't know if you know much about the Bible. I'm not going to push that on everybody. We're not talking about Bible stuff. Well, we're going to talk about a Bible story for a moment. The town of Nineveh, God sent Jonah to warn them of all their iniquities. I mean, they were just mean as hell. They're beating each other, killing each other. All hell was taking place. God said, Jonah, go over there and warn them people that they're all going to get it if they don't straighten their asses up. Jonah's like, I ain't going over there. They're fucked up.
mm,
And God's like, boy, you better get your ass over there. I'm telling you. Jonah's like, I ain't going over there. So every time Jonah decided to avoid it, God punished him and the people around him until finally one day, Jonah's like, all right, obviously you're going to kick my ass with every time I turn, in a different direction. I got to go over there and warn these people, or God's going to keep kicking my ass. So he goes over there and he warns the people, and the people turn from their ugliness, surprisingly, and God blesses all the people. Well, 7 years to the day, in 20 days, this solar eclipse is passing through every state, and all of these towns are called Nineveh. I'm a little on the scared side. I don't know what's
mm.
going to go down in 20 days.
Now I'm interested. Is that going to be visible worldwide, or is it just in the states?
I don't know. I'll have to look into a little bit more, but it turns out the very, very, very best place to
Mm,
see it is a town in my state, and it's not far away.
brilliant. So you're going to make your way there?
Hell no! The fuck? All these towns are called Nineveh. I ain't going nowhere. I'm staying my ass right here.
If I had that availability and that knowledge, I'd put myself right in the middle of it and see what the fuck it's all about.
No, no, SA. I'm gonna stay my ass at home.
Mm,
With what is transpired, I just found out all these towns are Nineveh. 7 years to the date from the previous um, solar eclipse. Now I'm expecting something biblical to happen.
mm.
I'm
What
gonna stay
about
home.
you, Paul? What about you, Paul? Have you heard anything about this solar eclipse? Yeah, we got broke fishing wants to jump up on panel. You ain't falling out with broke fishing yet, have you? Still your buddy, ain't he? You gonna let broke fishing on?
Is Broke fishing in the back?
He's in the back.
All right. Woo! Broke fishing. Bring that ass here.
Mm. Yeah, but
Wow.
wow, like the meow cat. What's the matter, buddy?
Hey,
You guys want information on the eclipse, huh?
sure do.
Well, you got some? Yeah, that would be cool.
What,
Uh,
what you
posted it
got?
the other day.
What you got, big dog?
Aren't you in my Discord?
I don't have Discord yet. I'm waiting to get my new laptop before I
Oh,
start all those accounts. You remember what happened to my shit? It got hijacked and ugh, ugh. It got
cause I
hacked, hijacked.
I posted all the information. I even put it on the book, I think. But NASA's got a thing. The best place to see it is over in Texas.
Mhm.
That's where it crosses each other. I don't get to see it.
Oh,
It's
okay.
where it comes up out of Mexico across Texas and it goes up and it's like in a diagonal up across New York. Hang on,
Okay.
well, I guess that's the wrong page.
We're not
Where?
going to be seeing the solar eclipse here in Spain then.
No, it's East Coast USA this time, or Central to East Coast. I put in the wrong page. I'll go over here where I can get it easier.
That's pretty funny, then, isn't it? You know, like you'd expect, well, personally, I'd expect the whole planet to be able to see the eclipse,
Well,
unless
it's
different times of day. But it happened
well,
at the same time of day, just like yeah, it would
you
just be
get
different.
Europe gets eclipses that we can never see.
Yeah,
We
that's
know it's
strange.
going on because of the way information flows now, but we don't get to see them.
Mhm.
Hmm. Maybe they're saying the best place for my state to see it was in that town.
Because there's a map of it.
Mhm.
Where is that at? Actually, I could give you the web page for NASA, who's got surprisingly has the best information. But where the moon and sun crosses in Tech, the best place is over in Texas. Enough, Shorty.
Mhm.
Hang on, I was trying to bring up the actual map so I could show you.
Do you know how many people went to Princeton, Kentucky last year or 7 years ago? Man, my people had a field day. They
Oh.
had huge events. Kentucky,
Mhm.
man, they made out. My church
Yeah,
folks had a
I
huge
remember.
events.
I remember what year was it now? It was in like late '90s. Yeah, mid '90s, and there was a big solar eclipse in England. And we all traveled down to Lizard Point, down in Cornwall, and to see the spectacular scenario. But I fell asleep. Yeah, I fell asleep. I got woken up after the people didn't even wake me up before. They just waited until afterwards to wake me up. But it's all good.
What the hell? What good are you? Weirdos. Wake up, Steve. It's time to go home.
I know, right? I know. Fuckers. Once in a lifetime opportunity for some people, and yeah. mm.
Well, I know last year one of the good places was there. Here, I there's actually a NASA actually put up a YouTube video about it.
Mhm.
It's only a minute 49 long, but it starts with the one in 23 and goes for the one for 24.
Mhm. And what about you, Broke? Would you be interested in traveling down to see it, or is it too long for such a short thing?
Why? I've seen eclipses my whole life. There's eclipses all the time. Why would I do that?
Right?
It's only a solar eclipse. The moon gets in front of the sun. We just had that in 23. The moon got in front of the sun and did the ring of fire. Got to see that one.
Mhm.
You
No.
know,
Perfect. For me, I celebrate the moon and the sun. So for me, like if there's spectaculars like that, like
Oh,
I'd
it's
make.
not that I'm not gonna celebrate. I mean, I am a solstice baby, but it's a why travel all that way just for that little thing?
Right?
If you want,
In
I
20
put
days,
it
what day is that?
if
In
you
20
want,
days,
I put it in the basement.
nice, nice. In 20 days, what date? What date in April is that?
April 8th. Now this starts with last year's on October 23rd, 14th of 23. I forwarded the video some so we don't have to sit there and watch the whole thing for last year's, but it starts like right now. They're combining this both 23 and 24. This is 24.
Puppy's like, I want to see.
No, he wants to go out and be Australian. And he thinks harassing me is how he gets what he wants. He talks to me.
He's like, if only you knew what I was saying for real.
And I'll drop this link for everybody. That's basically it. We're at the end of it. And they show you. So there you go. I'll drop the link so everybody can do it themselves if you don't mind, Steve.
You carry on, bro. Yeah, you carry on. Watching them themselves, they might be able. Yeah, like for me, I didn't make it. I'll appreciate watching that tomorrow when the live chat's available. But like, yeah, I didn't make any sense of what was going on the screen. There it is, a little bit fancy music, and yeah, a
I know I
bull.
saw filthy Florida. You need to piss on it, set it on fire, cut it off the
That's.
mat,
Oh, come
push it out to
on.
sea.
Leave the giant sandbar alone.
Push it out to sea.
It's just a giant sandbar.
It's a garbage box. It's a laughing stock of the world. Florida sucks. Big old trailer park.
It's a sand spit. It's just a
I
sandbar.
It's a big
I
old
got a
turd.
buddy. I got a buddy that lives there, and he does drag racing. He got a nice pickup truck. He does drag racing with.
Extract all the good pizza, piss on it, set it on fire, cut it off the map, and push it out to sea.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it's like it's hurricane central, isn't it? That friggin' Florida. I didn't realize that.
Big
Yeah.
time.
They got a big rock down there somewhere buried that attracts hurricanes, I think. And I'm also gonna post the news article for science.nasa.gov where they talk about the whole thing, but it's a couple pages long.
Mhm. I was
But
watching this random weather documentary some months ago, yeah, and it's saying that all them storms happens in like them hurricanes, yeah. Them's all originate from Ethiopia.
yeah, off Africa, actually, you can watch on the satellites. You can actually watch the sand, the dust and sand blowing off of Africa, and you know it's going to be a good year when you see it actually make it all the way to Florida, the
Yeah.
sand spit. Oh, East Coast USA gets the dust from Africa. It's strange, but it gets up there into the upper trade winds and
Yeah,
blows it
yeah,
all
yeah,
way
yeah.
over.
I seen that as well. How the sands from the air from Africa sends nutrients to the Amazon. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. And I like, what the fuck? They says if they put a solar farm or put vegetation and covered the deserts of Africa, that would interfere with the grounds in the Amazon and the South Americas and Americas. Yeah, that's proper funny, that is, isn't it? I know we can do that with beaches. You know, like we take we push sand from that side to this side. You know, like rather than um, carrying it. You know, uh, we let the waters do it. I can't remember what terminology is called. I just makes it sound stupid and confusing.
I there's actually beaches around the world where they rebuild them every year after storms.
Mm, yep, for the
But
tourists,
they
they build them.
actually dredge offshore and put it
Mm,
up on the beach, and they just keep moving where the pipe blows it at.
yep, yep. That happens all along the coastline where I'm at. Yeah, they rebuild the beaches. Yeah, for the tourist seasons.
Yeah.
Mm, mm. Yeah, quite funny. Like this time of year, you'll see the beaches. They all look rough and wild, you know, and like yeah, and then in like 3 or 4 months, 3 months, they'll be combed, and they look so professional and so nice and sandy. But it's all fake. It's terrible. And with all that fake beach, you know what happens? Yeah, there's no wildlife. Mm,
Yep.
mhm,
Actually, that's a pretty interesting map that came up with this time. By the shape of the oval is how the sun's covering, but that article is pretty good. It tells you the times even. But
mm.
that's going to be April 8th. There's
Ow.
actually a time of total somewhere in that article I read. There's a time they tell you exactly when it's at total eclipse and tell you where the best spots at. Heck, it's going to be really nice to see from Waco, Texas,
Mm.
which is surprising.
Out of curiosity, how far are you from Texas?
Texas is central U.S. I'm clean over on the central west coast. I'm almost perfectly between inland, but perfectly between Mexico and Canada. I'm like almost at the halfway point.
Okay, yeah, yeah. So what you got, like 1,000, 2,000 miles?
It's what was it? It's a day. It's 12 hours to Frisco, so it'd be like 2.5, 3 days to get there.
Well, so yeah, 2,000, 2,500 miles, yeah. Hmm.
But that's okay,
Hmm.
'cause I don't fly.
Hmm.
Neither do I. You
No?
notice we're having no, sirree. You notice we're having more uh flight plane tragedies. They're making these planes cheaper and cheaper. What just recently happened?
Oh, you mean the door that where the door was ripped off the side of that one plane and they found the door actually in some guy's backyard,
Well,
hole
that one,
post holed into the ground in
but
his
that one,
garden?
and recently a panel fell off the outside of a plane before the plane even barely took off.
Yeah,
But
and
Boeing,
both of those they got them. It's not on the plane manufacturer; it's on the maintenance teams. People
I,
not doing their job and making sure every single screw is torqued down.
hmm,
They
I thought
blamed
they
the door. They'd blame the door one on that, saying that it wasn't hooked down right. That one, I think it was actually missing some screws or something. The report said. And the panel, I have heard that it wasn't all the way hooked down.
I mean, that's some serious shit.
Yeah. Still there, Steve?
He, he had to
Yeah,
see a man about a
yeah,
horse.
yeah. I just had to train my lizards.
I told you he had to see a man about a horse.
Talking to a tree about a dog.
Yeah, yeah, and all that sort of stuff as well. Yeah.
And don't worry, Steve. I wouldn't try to come up here when that certain individual was on panel.
Haven't seen him around lately.
I could actually not even say anything and try to be not or be as nice as I could be, and it would still get the same effect.
Yep. Yep. People are people, and it's very rarely we change. We only change for what we want to change for. Yep.
Has he been around,
I
Steve?
haven't seen him.
I think he knows the jig is up.
I've not seen him. Not in this chat, anyways. Yeah, I did see him in somebody else's chat. Yeah, but I've not seen him here. No.
You guys want something funny to laugh at?
Why not?
I was out of water yesterday.
Oh.
Had water all the way up into mid-afternoon. I had water. I was out of water yesterday. So when my friend arrived, I found out because he wanted me to get him some water. Had no water. I go into oh my god mode. Why does this always happen in the at frickin' after 5 o'clock? I go into mode of what the heck's going on. I go check the tank. It's full.
Hmm.
I'm checking everything. I'm looking for links. I actually take the plug out of the pump, turn the pump on. Pump's running. Take the plug out of the pump, and it blows that stream of water out of the top of the pump like 3 feet. It arcs it up 3 feet in the air. Okay, so the pump's got water. What the hell? Comes down to the new renter on the property shut a valve off.
Hmm.
I was laughing my ass off. At least it's something simple, but I didn't say nothing yesterday because I have to decompress so I can say it nicely. Because yesterday he would not have liked me. But I got to go over in a little bit and take a handle off a valve. That way you can't turn it off. Turn half
That's
the property off because I don't know why. Why would you go into a pump house that you're not authorized to be in and know nothing about and turn valves off?
Hmm. Don't know. But
Especially,
I like turning taps and knobs and places like that. So yeah, yeah, I'd be guilty of doing something like that probably.
why.
you would just do it you would just do it and then take the lawn chair out to go, okay, let's see what the maintenance man does now.
Is that
Man.
curiosity? Though? Is that a curiosity? You know, some of this plumbing stuff looks really complex. Do you get me? Yeah, you turn one tap expecting it to do something. You maybe not put it back in the same position you found it. You go to another tap. You know, you try that one, and you know, like yeah, and you keep going until you find the right tap.
Paul, that's funny. Them lying ass bitches.
I'd be curious now to why, yeah, that new tenant shut the water off. Yeah. Now, why is he had to shut the water off? What was he in? What was he inserting, or was he disconnecting? What was he playing at?
Yeah,
Mm,
that's why I was giving it a day so I could say something. I was
mm,
actually gonna let my the other neighbor who she knows if there's a water problem, just call me. I'll get it. It might take me a little while to figure out what's going on, but I'll fix it. I was
Mm.
going to let her say something because I told her, I showed her exactly what I found because she was like, I went to try my garden hose, which is off the same line.
Right.
Just she's like, and it was running really, really slow. I go, yeah, you were back feeding the pressure from the line that crosses under the highway and all that and feeds the other side of the property. You were getting all the pressure from that, and then it started to die off. I go, it looked like I go, did it look like this? I went over, shut the valve off. She goes, yeah. I go, okay, now watch. She's holding the end of the hose and going, this ain't gonna work. How am I supposed to water all my plants? And I turned the valve back on, and she goes, there it is. So I walked her over and showed her what I found, and she's like, why?
Mm.
Why would you even turn valves if you're not supposed to, if you don't know anything about what's going on?
Mm.
Maybe he smoked one too many and just decided to,
Well,
take
he
off.
was told within by the landlords and by me, the guy who does all the water fixing here. He was told when he moved in, if there's a water problem, please let me know
Mm.
and I'll come fix it. Don't you
Maybe
know?
he's lonely. Maybe he's lonely and just did this so he could get some company. You know, oh, I've got.
I know how to get somebody to talk to me.
Oh, I couldn't talk to him yesterday. It wouldn't have been the right kind of talking. I was pissed. I mean, my buddy who was visiting when I got back over here and told him what happened, he looks at me and goes, "You need to smoke another bowl, man. You're almost red. I can see the steam coming off you. He's probably lucky he didn't come out and say anything." I went, "Yeah, probably. It would have been a tongue lashing at the minimum."
Goodness me.
So you're telling me, Joe, you're not a button presser or a tap fiddler? Like
No,
you don't like
no.
buttons, or you know, like you know? Uh,
No, there's a switch in my freezer that turns the ice maker off and on, and I don't know how to do it because I don't
no.
mess with buttons. No, my husband has to turn my ice maker off and on. Sometimes
Okay.
it'll overflow the little box that catches the ice, and
Mm.
yeah, it'll fall over in the rest of the refrigerator, and I don't know how to turn it off and on.
Oh, that's the ice sensing lever or whatever it is in the box is not working right or
Well,
has
I
something holding it down.
yeah, but I see the button, I just don't know what to do with it. I told you he took my claws away. I would
She's
have known what to do with it.
she's not the type that when gets told don't press this button. She's not the type to go okay, now what's this button do?
No, I'm not. I'm not gonna press the button.
I see the button and I don't know what it's for. I'm finding out what it's for. Yeah, I'm pressing it.
Steve's the guy that would launch the rocket early.
Yeah. It's like bunches of keys, you know, like you know, like I don't know. They're just attraction. You got to find the locks for them. You get me? Yeah.
Now, keys, sure. There's keys. I want to know what it's for. What does this open? What does this unlock?
Hmm.
But buttons, no.
Yeah, you got to know what that button controls.
And holy shit, in his car, don't you dare press buttons in his car. He will freak the hell out on your shit. No, sir, I do not press buttons in my man's car. I don't move his
What about the
mirrors.
TV remote? I
What's
mean, the
that?
TV remote filled up with buttons. You know, like
Oh, hell.
that's really confusing. Like, yeah, like what the fuck are all those buttons on there for? And
I
yeah,
don't
you got
even mess with those. I know on and off, volume up and down, channel up and down. The rest of them, oh man, I pressed one button on the remote one time, it shut everything off. I had to wait for him to come home. And he
Yeah.
laughs at me. He's like, "You've had the TV off all day long?" I'm like, "Yeah."
And all he did was turn it and press on.
He
Yeah.
pressed one button, laughed his ass off at me.
Probably the red master power button instead of just the TV off button.
No, there's no red button on this bitch on any of them. There's two remotes, and I'm like, I don't know. I accidentally sat on the damn remote. Something happened. I don't know what. And I was like, oh, there's like 100 buttons on one and 50 on the other. I was like, fuck that. I didn't mess with him. He didn't show me what to do, so I don't know what to do.
He didn't show you what to do in case next time?
Yeah, no, I don't know what to do still. So I keep them far away from me.
Here you
I
go. This one's for you then.
problem is not the problem. The problem is your attitude about the. If I don't touch it, it won't break.
If you don't break it, how can somebody fix it?
Why do I break it? If it's not broke, don't fix it.
Well, that brings us back to baling wire and duct tape.
Duct tape and super glue will fix everything.
Yeah. That sounds like how it was in Ireland, you know, like you ask somebody for a toolkit and they give you a hammer and chisel. You're supposed to take the whip that, you know, strip your engine down with a fucking hammer and chisel. Right? Mhm. You know you're in a good garage when they give you a screwdriver and a hammer. Yeah.
Oh, that
How
guy knows what he's doing. Screwdriver and a hammer?
Yeah.
I worked in construction a lot. If you got hurt, they handed you duct tape and super glue. You know, if you
Yeah.
got cut, you super glued it shut and you duct taped it to keep the blood in.
Yep. Yep. I still do that.
And you
Well,
go
duct
right
tape,
back to work and you shut up.
not so much super glue.
I
You
used
know
to
what?
have a poster of that list, the duct tape
Never
super
mind
glue list.
if I've been successful with super glue, right? If I've ever had a tube of super glue, the first time I use it is the only time I can use it. After that, it just goes stale. I mean, like, what the fuck's that all about?
Yeah. Now they make Gorilla Glue. That shit, you don't want to play with that shit. That shit
You,
will.
you know there is a stuff that you can put like 2, 3 drops on whatever you super glue or gorilla glue and it undoes it.
Oh,
What?
Yeah, it used to be available in the 70s and 80s, then you stopped being able to find it.
Huh.
oh.
What you talking about, Willis?
Well, remember the commercials of the guy where
Crazy glue.
the crazy glue where they glue a block to the top of his hard hat
Yeah.
and
Into a
then glue
beam.
his hard hat to a beam and lift the guy off the ground holding his hard hat?
Yeah. I bet
Steve
you they
looks
got
like he's
sued.
going to sleep.
I'm listening. I was just listening. I was just, yeah.
I bet you they got sued a million times over.
So what happened with this with this glue, the fucking blocks glued to his hat? Like what was that all
It
about?
was a commercial. I thought that commercial was seen worldwide. Nothing. The guy hung there and the commercial ends. They were just proving that it's basically once you do it, it's done. It's not going to break loose if you did it right.
Yeah, but you were talking about solvent. Yeah, you were talking about the
Oh, they
solvent.
got on the same commercial through the same. I guess it's crazy glue. They would literally. They used to have a thing that looked like super glue that you put it on there and it would literally take it apart. It would literally come apart.
Oh.
Oh, it's good
Yeah, and
glue.
that Gorilla Glue, I don't know. It's not the same as like super glue or crazy glue. Paul's right. They say you need a clamp. I have a buddy that swears that it has you have to wet both sides a little bit. Um,
Never seen that gorilla glue. What's all this black glue stuff that they putting in their friggin' nostrils and in their ear holes? They're
What?
using black glue for hair removal.
I don't know. Hair removal is that's wax, isn't it?
No, 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 no. They're using like a black glue now. Yeah, they're using like a black glue for that stuff now. Mhm.
Oh, I don't know. I every time I see it, they're talking about wax. It looks black.
Huh.
No, no, it's not wax. Definitely not wax. They put in this black glue in with cotton buds, and then they wait for this black glue to set, and they pull it out very aggressively. I I thought that was
Yep.
cool. Glue.
Sounds like the girl's going to get the bikini wax.
That's what it sounds like to me. The wax. Hot wax.
That's the same concept. They put it on the same way. It's really dark. It's not like it's light colored. Last time I seen the girls doing waxing, it looked black.
Black
They
wax.
let it harden, and then they like you hear a really evil hee or a really evil laugh out of them, and then they yank, and you hear somebody go ah.
I have never done that and I never will. That sounds crazy as shit.
I don't know.
Uh,
My
there was a group of these UK freaking YouTubers. They was doing all and they was all male, and they was all doing like waxing a leg or waxing an arm.
Yeah, they
Freaking
put a piece of cloth over. They put the wax on, and then they put a piece of cloth on it, let it dry, and all that, and then yank. Yeah, that's okay. I know what pain is. I don't need to experience that kind of pain.
Mm,
That's
yeah,
crazy, man. I don't
I used
understand why
hair
people do it.
removal stuff on my face and head once. It was Veet, I think they called it, but that was just
Neat.
like a Veet, VEET, and it was is a cream that you put on your hair and on your arms or your legs where you don't want hair, and it just burns it, and then you scrape it
Oh,
off. Yeah,
Yeah,
oh,
that sounds like that neat hair removal stuff that we have
neat.
over here.
well maybe
Yeah,
it's called.
and it smells like hell.
Mm.
Oh, you've
Smell it.
used it.
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
No, I mean Joe.
No. Well, once I didn't know what it was.
See,
I was a little kid. I put it on my damn face, on my cheek when I was like 4 or 5. It was bad.
Yeah, I bet that made your eyes water.
Oh my God. I didn't tell a soul. My face was like sandpaper feeling forever.
Mm.
I was like, who the hell? Why would you put this here? Why did you? What the? Who's doing this? I was a bad kid. Well, no, I was curious. It was a new product
Eyes
sitting
removed.
right in child's reach.
Yeah.
Hmm.
well, you know,
Yeah, I once got a hold of my sister's pink razor. We never had pink razors in the house. Got a pink razor, put my leg up on the tub, and decided to shave the front of my skin off. The front of the skin on my leg. Oh my God, I shaved a slab of skin off my leg. I had no idea what I was doing.
Mm.
Lord have mercy.
I done that loads of times. You know, like when you're learning how to use a razor, you know, like you forget that they don't go sideways. If they go sideways, you're too deep. know it's gonna make you bleed. But it's a lot of learning. Mm.
I was 7. I didn't know that a razor would cut your friggin' skin and how soft you needed to use it. I just dug right in and shaved a slab of friggin' skin off my shin.
Full
Holy.
fairness, the way that I've learned to remove body hair is with fire. Yeah, it leaves it done. Yep,
Done that.
yep, me too. But I've
Oh
done it.
my,
Well, you've done it voluntarily going into the fires that you've been playing with for a living. You know, like that's what. Yeah, it's not like
yeah,
they've been
it was
forcing
sort of voluntarily.
you.
You know you're too close when you smell hair.
Yeah, not long
Well,
for the.
another thing just from me playing with the fire for so long that I used to do is I could actually walk over. I can actually still do it, but I know how to go over and pick up a hot coal and just keep it moving in your hand. It doesn't really. I'm not really feeling the heat from it because all my nerve ends and happen to hunt for hot spots. You use your hands. You can't feel it through a glove, so you keep one glove on one hand and you use the other hand. Try not to use your dominant hand. So I can actually pick up a coal with my left hand and I can keep that thing moving to where the new rookie's not even needing it, and you walk over and go here, and they stick her hand out, and you stick that in their hand and step back. They
Yeah,
learn real quick, like to look at what they're doing.
admittedly, when I was chefing, you know, I never used to feel the burns anymore. You know, I get burnt so often, eventually your skin just gets used to it.
Yeah, your
Mm,
nerve endings know what's going on, and yeah,
mm,
Yeah.
I get that. Been there, done that.
mm.
Well, I'm still getting snow over here. What about you, broke fishing?
Uh, haven't got snow. It's sun today.
It's crazy. It's 25 degrees.
Oh, didn't I warn you that was coming in like a week and a half ago? I told you,
You,
hey, we're on the last couple days of it
you sure did. I got
freezing.
some, yeah, I got some snow then, and I'm getting some now.
Yeah, well, warm weather's behind it. The next system hasn't hit us yet.
I'm, I'm still kind of angry because they're giving me an inch at a time. I want my friggin' foot of snow. I ain't got a foot of snow in like 2, 3 years. It's pissing me off.
Thank God you followed it up with that.
They're making me mad. Give me a foot of
Cause
friggin'
when,
snow.
cause when you said you were mad, you were only getting an inch at a time. I almost said that's what she says.
Shut up.
That's a common. That's a common.
My mind almost jumped in the gutter and tried to drag you with it.
Get right with yourself, young man.
I am right with myself, but come on. It was the perfect opening and I didn't take it. You go, that was a good job, bro.
I was running past a coworker doing some crazy shit one day. She said, "You ain't right." I said, "But I ain't wrong."
Well, hey, it's only those that aren't right that recognize we're not right. Takes one to know one, you know.
I ain't been right since I was born.
What? The door's open. You know how to get out the gate. What'd you give me the stink eye for? Your food dish is full. Leave me alone. Always got to check on me. They always got to check on me and see what I'm doing.
Leave me alone. I'm a traveling man. If you push me too far, I just might. Is that Hall and Oates? He never said what he just might. He just says, "I just might." Might what?
I
Daryl
don't
Hall?
know. I don't know. Was that Daryl Hall and John Oates?
Yeah. If you push me too far, I just might. Might what? What? That's a good song.
I can't remember. When you just search the name of the song and find the word, the lyric, search up the song. A lot of those songs from the 80s, you'll go, "What the?"
Have you seen Daryl Hall and Daryl's house?
Yes, I've
Daryl,
watched Daryl's house.
yeah.
Depends on who's there.
Oh man, what's that little guy's name he often gets with? Um,
I wouldn't know.
uh,
What is his name?
I'm trying to figure. Rob Thomas.
Oh, yeah, I know Rob Thomas stops over there.
Yeah, they get together. They rock it down.
Yeah, there's a few
My
of the
husband
others.
likes, and my husband likes Daryl's house.
A
He plays
lot of
guitar.
people stop over there. He has a YouTube page too for Daryl's house. I haven't stopped in it in a while, but I know he does.
My husband plays guitar and sings. That's beautiful. I used to play guitar. Those fuckers in Florida stole my guitar and made a lamp out of it and sent a picture of it to me. Motherfuckers, I was pissed. Stole my guitar, made it into a lamp, and sent me a picture. It was funny, but it pissed me off. I had to laugh at some of the shit they did, but man, I used to play guitar. Right
I
up
mean,
until then. What?
I was given a guitar for a Christmas present. Yeah, but I wanted a drum kit, so the acoustic guitar just got pushed aside. I was never interested in it. No, never interested in guitar.
I'm the guy that I never played a musical instrument. Didn't interest me. Sitting around banging on something. I'd rather be outside doing something else.
Mm.
Hmm. I had a bass guitar, no name bass guitar. Had an awesome acoustic guitar. Gave it to my younger brother. Fucker pawned it. I was like, that was my first acoustic guitar, you son of a bitch. How dare you?
Yeah, no.
Man, what kind of shit is that? Disrespectful little punk. $250 I paid for that guitar. Pawned it for like 25 bucks.
That sucks.
Little fucker didn't even smoke crack. I was like, what the fuck? You
What
little ignorant fucker.
what'd he pawn it for?
I have no idea. I have no idea. Just for
I'd have
some
I'd have made
spending
him
money.
take me to the pawn shop.
Mm.
Right? Well, I lived in Georgia at the time. He lived in Philly. I took care of him. He was 17. He didn't have no place to go. I took care of him. I brought him to Georgia, took care of him. He got the ants in his pants. He didn't, he wasn't living in the city. Growing up in Philly, man, there's just something about Philly you miss when you're a kid. You miss everything about it for some crazy reason. He wanted to go home and live with a different sister, so I took him home. And I gave him my guitar because he expressed great interest in it, and he was young. And I was like, "Here, take this."
Well, you did in a way. You removed yourself from it when you were dropping him in a different city, and you admit you gave it to him. At that
Yeah,
point, it was sort of his.
yeah. I thought he'd keep it, remember me, and remember how good care I took of him. I thought he'd go places. I thought he'd be a guitarist. He
I
loved
never
the guitar.
understood that having an attachment to a city, but I'm a career military brat. We moved because of my dad's job. We moved on. You could set a calendar to it. Every 2 to 3 years, we moved. New spot, new town. since before, and they'd been doing it since before I was ever thought of. You know,
Right. Well,
by
they
the
were the
time I
second.
came, by the time I came around, my dad had been doing it for 10 years.
Right. Now, my dad, I'm a gypsy. Of course, my dad moved us around at least every 6 months to a year. But my dad remarried. He was part of the second five of the step monsters. By the time he came around, he was the last of the second five that were born. By that time, they had already settled in and, didn't move around as much. So he grew up in Philly, and that's all he really knew. So I don't know. He just expressed great interest in something and didn't. He had nothing really in his life, and I thought, maybe he'd settle down and I don't know, be a musician
Well,
or something.
if you remember who made the guitar and all that, flick your brother's shit and tell him he still owes you that guitar back. You don't care if it's the same one, but here's the brand, here's the make, and here's the model. When you gonna return it?
I rode him off road fishing a long time ago. That boy
Oh,
just got out of prison. He done raped so many who, I don't talk to him. He's bad.
yeah.
And fuck
Well,
the guitar. I've had many since then.
there you go.
The hell with him.
And there's your dinner.
You know what I mean? It is what it is, and we move forward. Steve!
Yep.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to tease you.
She was wondering if you were asleep because you were listening with your eyes closed.
Sorry about that.
I just wanted to
It's
mess with him. I've never done that to him before. I was being
I'm
an
listening
ass.
with my eyes closed. Sends me off into a different dimension.
Oh, yeah.
Do they got weed there too?
Yeah, yeah, weeds everywhere in that other dimension. Yeah.
Oh, man, I had a dream about my brother Steven last night.
Hmm?
I was messing with him in my dream, too.
Uh-oh.
All right.
It was a good thing. Well, I was teasing him. It's something I've never really done before. He was getting a soft pretzel, and I put like a hot spice on it, which is kind of mean because you don't put hot spices on soft pretzels.
Well, you
Why not?
can.
So I ordered him another one the right way. But I miss my brother. He's no longer with us.
Yes.
He's a good guy. He was always. I was the youngest of many a girls in our family. He's always yelling, "Get in the house, girl! Get in the house, girl!"
I don't know. I miss my older brother, but in another way, I don't because I was the practice dummy for a state level wrestler.
Ah.
And then all of his buddies thought, all the guys, his and the class below him, they all thought they could be, oh, let's mess with him. Yeah, come on, guys. I've been doing this for how long? What, you were surprised when I picked you up and put you on the mat and pin you? That surprised you?
Hey, it made you tougher, didn't it?
Oh yeah. Well, they used to do initiations for ninth graders. They sent some 12th graders to go do it to me, and then they warned some not to do it to me, which is the same as saying, hey, go initiate him.
Right?
So both ways, people got a real big surprise.
Hmm.
I didn't know it, but I got the one guy that he didn't care. He every ninth grader in school, couple hundred of us, or it was a lot of us, about 100 of us, may you know, my class. he personally had to initiate everybody into into the school, whether it had been done or not already. And they sent him to me. He got a big surprise when his buddies were helping him out of the trash can.
Hey, Brokefish, and how's that high-speed rail plans coming along for the West Coast, where all the fires all along the coast just so happen to clear out a whole lot of trees that didn't affect Mexico or Canada? That the high-speed rail is going to take passengers from Mexico all the way up to Canada through the
I don't
West.
know how they're going to do that because they have these giant mountain passes in the way. They've been talking about that for years. They won't even put the one from Portland, Oregon down to Ashland, Oregon at the border before you climb up over the mountain to get into and come down into California. They won't even run that one down the I-5, even though there's guaranteed plans for it. Right down the center of the I-5, you don't got to take nobody's property or anything. You just got to put it up on it was going to be like up on like a high track like they do over in New York.
Now that
And
was
they
the purpose. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was done at the moment. Steve
Oh,
might have been saying something.
I
oh,
wasn't saying
pardon
anything.
me.
But you,
Now, oops. According to Deborah Tavares at www.stopthecrime.net, that was the purpose for the majority of the forest fires on the West Coast that never
Now,
touched Canada or Mexico was for the high speed rail.
wait a minute. Those fires that were taking out a lot last year were overworking in Canada. And here in Oregon, they didn't those fires didn't burn up everything, but they burned a lot, and none of that ground is where they can put rail track without doing major land construction. Uh, There, there, there's her hypothesis, her idea doesn't float water when you look at the topo the topography of the ground. If it was possible, they had have done it back when they originally put the rail. Do you know the rail line for the rail that does exist that they could improve? Do you know it leaves in Northern California? It leaves and goes into Central Oregon on the east side of the Cascades through Klamath Falls, and then comes up past where I'm at, and then comes back in to bring it to the valley where most of the population's at for the West Coast, down on the other side of the ridge from where I'm at because of the topography, and it's actually a 2%, two, in some places a little over a 2% climb, and they have to have 4 engines to do the average train. They have to
Hmm.
have share powered in the train, remote control operated engines to push and pull at the same time, and
Wow.
to add dynamic braking when they're coming down the other side.
That's pretty wild. So you are familiar with Deborah Tavares?
No, I'm not familiar with that person. I'm familiar with the rail lines because I know how they work. To For the valley I live in, south of Eugene, Oregon, where the split is at, to come down there and go to Medford, Grants Pass, Medford, they have a separate rail line, but it ends before the pass because they'd have to make a tunnel because they can't find a place where it's only a 2% grade to get over the mountain. That's why they go the other way. They found a way to go through the mountains where they didn't have to do a lot, just add bridges to get it in and around the southern Cascades.
Hmm.
Uh,
Interesting.
you can do a Google search for rail lines West Coast, and it'll show you where all the rail lines are at. I don't know. I don't see him digging a tunnel through what a lot of people call the Mount Ashland Pass, so a train could actually get through there because a train doesn't have any. It works by its weight and moving the wheels, and they put a little bit of friction sand on the rail. They spray it out to get it to work. And when
Hmm.
it hits a grade where it possibly has a little bit of slippage, they have these little tiny injectors that put really fine sand onto the rail so it can have friction to pull itself up that percent of grade. A train doesn't work over a certain percentage of rise. Going down, of course, it works, but in the high-speed rail system like Japan and all them got, if you notice, they're on really flat ground,
Interesting.
really flat ground. I mean, yeah, it worked to get that it would work to go from like Wa- Wash Puget Sound down to Mount Ashland, but then there's a big mountain in the way that stretches all the way to the coast, off the Cascades, all the way to the coast. They had to go around it by going into the what we call the high desert through the Willamette River Pass. I
Very
could show
interesting.
you. I could get you on a backstage and show you the whole where the whole rail line goes. You would be like, "Wow!" They had to go around a whole chain of mountains because of the percentage of the grade. Now, how they going to are they winding that train? Their plan is to wind that train up so fast through the whole going down through Oregon so it shoots itself up and over the mountain. And then when it gets to the top, it's going so fast, they're praying it stays on the tracks. I mean, we look at Disney's monorail. We could put a
Right?
monorail from the Mexican border to the Canadian border and it would work because it's a
Right.
different technology than we currently use.
Mm.
I mean, the original Disneyland, not Disney World, that come into being since I've been alive, but Disneyland, they had the monorail there.
Right.
I mean, my uncle lives in Anaheim. So we'd always go to his house and then wander over to the park. He'd drop us at the park so we didn't get hit for the parking. He'd drop us at the hotel and we'd enter the park through there.
Mhm.
What's your take on the transatlantic union?
The what?
The
Thank you,
trans
Steve.
That transit
Oh,
riding. Mm.
you mean the trade agreement around the Atlantic where all the countries along the Atlantic get together and they have a trade agreement?
Mhm.
Well, first they have to solve the problem at the where the sea, where the first they have to solve the problem over there by Yemen that even ships that turn around and do what they told get shot in the ass. First, before anything, they have to get the shipping back to normal because none of those agreements are going to help when you're adding a week to the trip because now they're all going around the tip of uh, Africa. You should check out a YouTube channel. He's got a really good thing on it. What's going on with shipping is the name of the channel.
What's it called?
I, what's going on with shipping?
What's going on with shipping?
Yep. I actually watch his things. Sometimes he's a little late with his information, and I already got it from my brother. But uh, what's going on with shipping with the question mark? You want a link to his channel?
Can you text it to the new phone number? Well, it's my family only phone until I get the other replaced. But I gave that to you.
Yeah, I could send you Sal's channel.
Okay. Thank you.
He's an actual merchant marine or a merchant mariner. That's the proper term. He's not a marine, a merchant marine, but he's got a lot. Just look through his list. He's got a lot of videos about what's currently going on with the shipping around the South America.
That's interesting. those barges? Were they barges that got stuck? They were called green. What green?
Yeah,
Green
Ever Given was the Evergreen, and the
Evergreen.
Ever Given was the name of the ship. Evergreen is the company.
Yes.
Oh,
Oh,
which one was that? 53A. Yeah, that's the one. Here we go.
how long did it take them to get unstuck? Those freaks. I stopped watching.
It was just under a week. It wasn't very long at all. Oh
I don't.
man,
I don't remember it.
And are we still importing
hey,
meat from Namibia?
I don't know. I eat local beef, Angus beef, grass fed.
Right.
And
Back
it's
in
not
20.
like that one guy was trying to tell me they shoot hormones into it.
I don't know who was saying that.
Oh, somebody on a different channel was trying to tell me they do all this stuff after they slaughter the cow. I'm like,
After
yeah, I've had the guy come to the
the
ranch and
fuck?
slaughter the cow, and it was USDA approved, even though he did the slaughtering on the property.
Right? After. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense at all.
I didn't. I just like said no. I think you got it wrong. That doesn't happen wherever you're at. That may happen, but that doesn't happen that I know where I get my beef and have fun eating that beef.
That doesn't make any sense to do it after. That sounds crazy as hell. Paul is on it, man. Paul, I gotta talk to you. I wish I could drop my link to my channel.
Oh,
Dang.
put
I
something in.
can't.
Say hi in chat.
I don't know that I can.
Paul's got a wrench. Say hi in chat. He can
I
go
did.
get
It turned
it.
red. It says comment failed to post. I don't know
Well,
why I
try
can't
it
talk.
again.
I did. It turned red and says comment failed to post.
You didn't put nothing in the chat today.
Oh, earlier, yeah. Before I came on, um, yeah, panel.
Let me
Ow.
see if I can see it.
Man, Paul. I
Just
want to have,
observing, right?
yes, just observing Valhalla.
Hang
Paul is a
on.
very interesting person. He is wiser than wise. I want to chat with this gentleman. Has Paul, have you ever been on panel? Would you like to have a conversation with me in the future? I want to pick your brain.
Uh-oh. Hey, you brain pickers.
You know stuff. You know stuff that I know. I would chat, but semi illiterate forgot how to log in. Oh, come on now. Well, I drop a link, you click it, and you come on panel and chat with me sometime in the future if you'd like. If not, that's cool. We can
Oh,
we can chat through
Steve pulled down his shade thing.
here.
He looks like he's content over there listening through his eyelids.
But man, Paul has been talking some stuff in chat for a while now, and I wants to pick his brain. I want to bounce our brain cells off one another. He was talking to intellectual folk like yourself, Broke Fishing, and Steve, and Paul.
I'm
That's what
not.
does it for me.
What are you trying to say here? I'm not intellectual.
That's the kind of stuff that does it for me, man. It gets my blood flowing. I like it.
I'll shut up and play stupid.
Oh, come on now. We're talking about the evergreen. We're talking about the
Yeah,
high trail.
Evergreen's the company name that everybody sees on the side. Evergiven was the name of the ship.
Okay.
Evergreen is the company. They have more than one ship.
I know that now. I did not know Ever Given was the company name. There we go. You just fed my
No,
brain.
Evergreen is the name of the company. Ever Given, you see how they did that? Evergreen is the
Ah,
name, but they they it didn't take them long. It was expensive. Come on, it's a giant sand spit.
okay, but and now back to this meat shit. You guys did not know you Americans, us Americans did not, well, many did not know that back in 2020, it wasn't advertised widely that our meat was then and probably still being imported from Namibia. Why? I don't know still until this day.
Well, because let me see. Let me come up with something. Hang on.
Let's
Oh, because all the environmentalists in this country think cows are bad.
true that. And did you know that I want to say back in 2022, over 100 meat
Do I
processing
do
plants
I need my
burnt to
tin?
the
Oh, it wasn't just meat processing plants. You have to say food processing plants because it was both kinds of plants. It
yes,
wasn't just meat plants. It was plants that
mysteriously burnt to the ground.
well that was how could they get the food shortage going and have an excuse if they let those stand and how do those companies get the insurance to build a brand new state of the art plant if they have the old plant that doesn't fit to the new plans?
Exactly. And then they set all those poor chickens ablaze.
Yeah, but you know what part of that was? Do you
Bird
know?
flu.
Oh, you do listen.
Yeah, but I don't think it was bird flu. I think they wanted to raise the price of eggs. And they were putting in the feed some bullshit to keep the birds from laying eggs. Farmers found out. Private
Oh,
farmers.
now we're getting into that conspiracy stuff.
No.
Do I need my tinfoil hat? I mean, I don't mind putting it on, but you got to
Go
warn
ahead.
me.
Go ahead, put it on. But little ladies were coming on YouTube and posting videos. They're like, my chickens were not laying eggs because I was feeding them store-bought feed. When I stopped feeding them that, they began to lay eggs again. They were mad as hell.
Do,
Now,
do, 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 do,
I don't
do,
think they
do.
were rogue fishing. I don't think they were lying. They were mad as hell. They said I stopped feeding them store-bought feed, and they started
Well,
eggs.
old lady, some people were actually not feeding them laying food. They were feeding them starter food that you feed to only chicks.
I don't think that was the case, rogue fishing. I really don't think that was the case.
Oh,
They didn't
there
say
is
they were
some
feeding
people that
starter.
it was pointed out that people pointed out in their videos that they had the one that's for growing, not for laying. The Begs. I had one. I stopped listening to all of it when one of my friends stopped, took me on a private, played the video, stopped the video, and told me to read that. And he goes, "You're smart enough. Your mother-in-law raised chickens. You've been doing all that." And I had to go, "Holy moly! Look at that! Why would
So
you
there
be
was
feeding that to laying hens? Even I know the difference."
so some of these videos were of people feeding starter feed to grown chicks, grown hens.
Yeah. Feed them the
Okay,
wrong food. You feed them the wrong food, they're not going to do what you want.
makes
It doesn't have the stuff in it to do what you were wanting it to do.
well that makes sense. I'm willing to listen.
I'm not saying all of them, but I'm saying there's a little bit of conspiracy stuff going on there.
Okay, I'm willing to open my eyes and find truth in every situation. I don't want to
Wait a
be lied
minute,
to.
you have to open them? I thought you were
Um,
one that wandered around with your eyes open already.
Okay, if I've been fooled, I will have to go and look to see to make sure. Okay, because the videos that I watched did not contain that information. I did
Ah,
not see videos. where these people were telling, they were feeding, starter feed. They mentioned nothing about starter feed. I did not
Yeah,
see any videos
well,
where,
they didn't mention it in the video I seen either, but you literally had to watch in the background to where they gave a glance of the bag of food they were giving them. And you
okay,
had to know enough to go, hey, wait a minute,
okay, now
wait a
these were
minute.
idiots who had no knowledge or experience. The videos I watched were experienced, farm raising chickens, who had, they didn't have little chickies. They were experienced farmers. I wasn't
Yeah,
watching experienced people.
I wasn't arguing any of that. I just said in one of them, and it made you have to go, oh, okay, really? That's interesting.
Well, it's interesting that there's assholes out there that are inexperienced. I don't want to listen to those kind of people, talking shit because that'll piss me off. I was watching experienced people who knew what they were talking about. If I'm, I don't want to be fooled by ignorant people who don't know what the fuck they're talking about spreading disinformation because they make me look like a fool. I don't want to talk
I,
to those people.
I'm not arguing it in either way. I was just pointing out that I did see my buddy caught on one of those videos of somebody complaining about that. He did catch that and go, hey, what do you think about this? And I had to go, well, that's funny. It says starter right there.
See, he should have wrote that person and told them about themselves because they're giving good people a bad name and they're making good people look, they shouldn't be on the internet. They shouldn't have, those people shouldn't have a right.
Hey, you got to remember, Einstein said it best.
What he said.
The difference between stupidity and genius is that genius has its limits.
Right?
And some people, you can wave the flag in their face, show it, put it in their hand, and they'll still tell you it's a banner.
When I am,
Sort of the same thing, kind of the same thing, but not the same thing.
when I first became an activist, I sat on a lot of information because I had to learn how to decipher who was being truthful and who wasn't. And before I shared information, I had to be absolutely 100% sure that I was sharing solid information. I had to weed through so many gosh dang lies before I found the truth. And man, that was painful. Painful. Oh, it was painful. It really was because it was hard to friggin', it was hours and hours upon hours of digging and weeding through. And after all the bullshit, it was like, oh my God, do you know how many people I fucking hated? I was like, you liar. It was one liar after another after another. It was like, I'm not going to look like a fucking liar or a fool because you've got nothing better to do. I want to help people. I don't want to hurt them, by sharing your lies that look extremely believable. For a moment, I fell for it. And I'm just not going to look like a fool or a liar.
You lost me when you asked me a question and kept going. Do I know how many, what was it, people?
Hang tight.
Come on, I'm trying to joke with you.
You fucker.
Did that go right by?
Well, I almost went back over the scenario and the question. Yeah, yes,
Oh,
you
you're
fucking did successfully. Yeah, you pulled my leg
because
successfully.
there's no way I could know how many people.
Right. Lots, lots. I got so serious over the years. There's times that I just forgot how to be a jokester.
Well, I got a good one.
Okay.
When you're telling a joke next time, to give it extra emphasis, Try to think and speak with the accent Graham Greene has.
Who
Hey,
that?
how you doing? Me native, you know, and put that kind of spin on it. Then tell your joke. You know who Graham Greene is. Oh my God,
I don't.
the actor Graham Greene. Dances with Wolves, the Snow
Oh,
Bear actor Graham Greene. You know him. Everybody knows who he is. Come on.
yeah, Dances with Wolves. Which one was he?
He's the one that made friends with Kevin Costner. That was Graham Greene.
Oh wow. Okay,
Graham
he was
Greene,
awesome.
he's in all size kinds of movies.
Hmm.
He's probably one of the most well known Native American actors, and he's Canadian. I've just been getting a lot of jokes lately where out of my family, the other side of the my wife's side of the relatives have been sending me a lot of jokes, and there's a new Native American comedian out there, and they sent me a little one where he's telling people that same thing. Start speaking
Sorry.
like Graham Greene when you tell the joke. Use his accent and his tone, and it's actually pretty funny for some jokes.
I'm pretty serious and passionate. I don't really tell much jokes because what's going on in the world today really gets my heart, and I'm trying to save some humans when
Ah,
I can.
there's what's going on. You need to tell
Yeah.
more jokes. Actually, you need to go look at my new playlist. I thought I sent you a link to it. I put
Um,
together a playlist for people on my channel. It's not of my content. It's just that's why it's a playlist. It's what's his name? God, I can't remember the guy's name now. I
uh,
listen to him all the time.
yeah.
I thought I sent you the link to my new playlist. The
No.
motivation. Wow. Okay. It's Kevin Larson. Lawson.
Dawson.
I made sure it was public. Words of
I
wisdom. We all need to hear at some point.
I think I saw the list. I didn't get to it. I've been sleeping a little bit. Yeah, I saw all the tragedy going on last night and didn't get involved much or at all,
Oh,
really.
there was tragedy going on last night.
Last
Damn,
night?
I missed it. Man, why
Yeah.
didn't you message me?
Are you serious?
Well, everybody
um,
likes to see a train wreck, and I'm one of those guys that used to work on them. Of course, I want to see it.
it was what's his name from Traveling 69, Traveling something 69? He got hit
Oh,
by a moped over there overseas. Was in the hospital. They severed his pecker, and he needed emergency surgery and needed 5 grand cash up, or he's bleeding internally. And they wouldn't do the surgery until he got cash up. And LC couldn't give him any money because his cards are um, hacked or stolen, or he canceled his cards and ordered new cards. And him and Mosh were trying to take up collections. Their feud is back on because Mosh took up collections too long.
hi, Babette.
There's
Steve's listening to us through his eyelids right now. Babette says hi, Steve.
Hey, Babette. There's some kind of a major feud going back on between Mosh and LC, and it's just crazy. I didn't get involved, but yeah, the tragedy was what's his name, Jeff from Traveling 69. But
Oh,
apparently, I think he finally is in surgery and is expected to make it. And I think how he's going to be returned home safely. I think his travel is paid for. I'm not sure, but how he's going to get on the flight, I don't know. Like, is he going to be on a hospital bed, a wheelchair? I don't know. But apparently everything's going to be okay, except for between Elsie and Mosh. Their feud is back on, and it's crazy. Hopefully it's not back on, but according to both of them, it's back on, initiated by Elsie, and I don't really understand why, but
It wasn't a peace treaty. It was an armistice.
I don't know. Apparently he
You
wasn't.
you you do know the difference, right?
No.
A peace treaty means we're done, it's over. An armistice is just a ceasefire. We need to get more ammunition.
Crazy. Yeah, it was crazy. I think LC was upset because he did a collection for too long, is my understanding. Mosh collected took up a collection for entirely too long.
Oh well, so God,
Right?
it's an agreed upon drama.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to say one way or the other and get my shit in the middle of it. I don't need any.
Me either, but come on, look at it. It's agreed upon drama.
I don't want to get in the middle of it.
Back in the day, we used to call that a soap opera.
Oh. I would agree to that. But I think it's just crazy, man. However long someone takes up a collection for someone in the hospital needing emergency surgery with internal bleeding, the longer you keep it out there, the more chances of taking up that collection gets attention. I think that's okay. My personal opinion, I think that's okay. But other than that, I don't have really much of an opinion.
Yeah, I get you.
I've been spending time elsewhere with folks that just don't fight about just about everything.
Where
Or
is
fight.
that? You must have not been on YouTube, huh?
No, I've been on YouTube. I've just been around folks that are teaching me how to laugh more and not be so serious about this activism stuff, you know. Or I'm still doing my activism stuff, but I'm taking breaks from that and learning how to laugh more and you know, laugh at jokes, that aren't on other people, just jokes and fun stuff. Yeah, and where people don't hurt each other for fun.
Yeah, I get it. There's times you just got to sit back and laugh, and there's things that you just got to sit back and laugh about. You know.
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to say is the drama, we don't incorporate drama, which is great because drama, is just annoying and childish and retarded
Oh,
at
come
times.
on! But everybody likes a good drama. What was your favorite soap opera back in the day?
None, none. My stepmother, I was 4 years old, and she watched from 11 o'clock till 4 o'clock every day, and she really got into it. And I thought that's how females behaved in life. And it took me a long time to realize that women aren't supposed to behave like that. And I couldn't differentiate for a while. And I thought that a dramatic female was the way to be. And it really fucked me up emotionally until I could, snap into reality. It really, really messed me up for a while, as far as reality is concerned. It was crazy.
Yeah, I get it.
It took me a while to realize that being a dramatic female was not reality, and I blame her for that. And she still watched him until right up until she passed away a few years ago, and behaved like that.
Cool.
And I stopped watching. Oh my God, I watched him into my late teens. It was terrible. Hated it. It's friggin' stupid. Hey, motor's in the chat. Howdy, sir. But I would not
So,
advise any woman to raise their young girls on soap operas. It's terrible. Toying with their heads. My husband and I, we watch westerns. We watch things like Lonesome Dove. Oh my gosh, we finally got it recorded on the TV. We've got the box set. We watch wholesome stuff. And then not so wholesome stuff like Archie Bunker and the Jeffersons, and that's the not so wholesome stuff. But mostly,
oh, come on. That defined a whole generation. Archie Bunker and them. Come on. There's the generation nowadays would lose their mind if they watched that.
but that's my category of not so wholesome stuff. I love Archie Bunker and the Jeffersons. They're great. But then I watched
Uh,
a
he's been
marathon of the Brady's, the
uh
Brady Bunch.
Motors. Steve's been listening through his eyelids for at least a half hour, maybe a little longer now.
Yeah, Brokefish and I take over his show when he goes to sleep for a little while.
And how you doing, Motor? And Babette, I have not heard from Z today. I wasn't gonna bug him today. He'll be ready to talk here soon. Okay, so maybe it's been longer than that. I wasn't paying attention to the how long it's been. I've been over here giving Joe a hard time, which
Not
she's
really.
not sure. Which she's not sure if it's actually a hard time. I'm doing the passive trolling of Joe
Because I'm so serious all the time.
because
I don't know if he's
it just doesn't
joking or
seem
not.
it just doesn't seem like trolling, does it? Come on, answer the question. Does it
Because I'm
seem
so
like I'm trolling
trusting.
you? Does it seem like I've been
No,
trolling you? Well, see, it's working. You
no.
didn't even know I was doing it.
Dang it. He has to tell me when I'm being trolled by other people. And I'm like, I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt and I'm waiting for the serious passive aggressive. He's like, I'm telling you, he was trolling you. I'm like, no, he needs help. I'm trying to help him. He's like, no, he's trolling you.
Hey, you're not supposed to repeat private conversations.
Oopsie. Oopsie.
I just opened up your mind to look at it from another point of view, and you might agree with that point of view that I opened up your mind to.
Well, that made me think he needed my help. And that it got to my heart. That
I
fucker.
get that. I get
We,
that.
we ain't gonna mention no names. No names.
Well, that's a good part. Oh shit, I was supposed to call somebody? Oh man.
Ruh-roh. Who you gonna call?
Ghostbusters.
Ghostbusters. Hennessy.
Well,
What, bad boy?
I'm gonna jump down off here. I do have to make this call and see how that
Right
goes.
on. I need some dinner myself, and I'm sure there's some other things I gotta get into. So I
What would that be?
dishes and stuff. My husband took my claws away. What else can I do? I can do
Hey,
dishes.
Do you know what room in the house you can be in doing? There's one job in the house that you can be doing when you're doing it. People will come into that room and sneak out, hoping you
What?
didn't see them. Do you know what
What?
room and job that is?
No.
It's in the kitchen.
What?
Doing the dishes. When you're doing the dishes, come on, you remember back to when we were kids and we had to do the dishes. If our siblings walked into the room and seen we were doing the dishes, they would turn around and tiptoe out, hoping we didn't get called out to help. Because if our parents caught that we called out, hey, you can dry, they would have to stand there and dry or
Right.
rinse.
Right. It was like, I'm out.
Hey, I used to go wash the dishes just 'cause everybody left me alone.
But yeah, the only things I could do since my husband took my claws away is dishes, floors, blow the leaves in the backyard, and what else was there? He laughed his ass off. He's like, "Can you do windows?" I was like, "Nope, can't do windows." Oh my goodness. Can't do windows. Yes, of course I can do windows.
Oh, Steve just moved. He's in a different position now.
Yeah.
He's like, "You fuckers talking about me?"
Motor and Babette said hi, Steve, while you were listening through your eyelids.
Oh yeah. Hey, Babette, MGM.
All
Good thing
right,
you woke. Good thing you
bye.
woke up, Steve, because we're on our way out.
I was gonna get out of here. I do have to make this call.
All
I
right,
don't
bro.
know. All right, I'll talk to you later, Steve. And Joe,
Nice bro.
Yes,
keep laughing.
I know,
Look,
right?
look for the joke in every situation.
Why so serious? Right? All
You
right, I'm
know.
heading out too. So you guys have a good day. Good talking to you, broke fishing. Have a good sleep, Steve, and you guys in the chat have a good evening.
I'll check in later after nap time, see how it's going on Steve's sleep stream.
Yeah.
Good night, everybody.
All right, talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Mhm.